Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. If you guys could start making your way over here to the ballroom, please. We are going to start in just a moment.
Welcome to day 2 of the Ubuntu Summit 2022. That's a lot of two for one sentence. How was yesterday? Did you have fun? Nice. All right, so before we go into the fun things, I have a few announcements to make. You know, when you plan a conference, nothing goes the way you want, and we did have some issues, so I would like to start with that. Sorry, it's not super fun. So, yes, questionable packing choices. I don't know, like. And also we had quite a few issues with travel, and somebody that will not be named, well, all right. You know, real issues. So we also had intruders. Somebody tried to sneak in the conference with the wrong badge from the sprint, but yeah, we got that one. That's not all. There's more. Photobombing. Who is that guy? Blending behind the banner. Right. Well, all right. So let's see what we have been doing in day 1. So, great swag. Thank you, Claire. We had a great welcome. I love that. We had amazing talks. And somebody that will not be named apparently really liked the question time. Yeah. So we saw how to build the world's cheapest pen plotter. Daniela will show us how to do it today. And robots. Let's see what happens. Nice. And for the evening event, thank you, Heather. Kinetic knitting went well, and people had fun. I have proof. All right, a few announcements now. We have pinboards outside, and you can put your answers to the questions that are there. But Robbie Bazak from the server team actually gave us a great idea. So if you are looking to start a project or a community, or if you want to get people involved, feel free to pin your idea and leave your contacts and see if people get involved. Thank you, Robbie. That was a great idea. Next. Ubuntu Pro. Wait. What? Who put that picture? All right. So that was not a mistake. We like Ubuntu Pro. We like cupcakes. So we have free Ubuntu Pro and free cupcakes. So that's good. And this evening, 8 p.m., game night. Bring your board games, card games, consoles. So that picture before, was it really questionable packing choices? No. Game night. We'll open the football table again tonight, so come make some noise until they kick us out. It didn't really happen last night. Yes. Okay, social hashtag. Ahmed, is Ahmed around? Would you like to say a few words? Yes.
Hey guys, welcome to day 2 of Ubuntu Summit. So, really exciting. We looked at a lot of the emotions, a lot of the happy faces, a lot of the poses, and pretending to be natural stuff yesterday. And as you can see from our socials, as well as some of the pictures that Maro was showing, you guys really eased up. And this is actually what we wanted. We went from day 1, we were, just like a little poker faced, to people being able to express themselves more with body language. We also have a lot of sneezes that made it to the live stream on Ubuntu on Air as well. So everyone's really being themselves. And I want to let you know that obviously this is due in part to you guys being naturally beautiful and badass, as we established yesterday. But I'd also like to give another hand and a shout out to our camera crew team for the last time. Stenda right there, and Clara in the back there. So thank you very much for that. And for everyone who has been using the hashtag Ubuntu Summit, thank you as well. You may have noticed that not only have we reshared your content on our Twitter account, we've also engaged with some of you, and we fulfilled our promise of following many of our audiences that commented on our little engagement posts. So I think for today, I'm going to ask from you to more than be yourself, to actually let your face and let your body express the joy that you feel being part of this community, right? So in addition to today having the very much anticipated gaming night, I think this is the day where you can actually act more fun. You can actually like nudge some of the camera crew and ask them like, hey, could you take a picture of me? Without taking them anywhere, just like where you are. So if you're looking for an updated photo for your Mattermost, for your Slack, for your LinkedIn, this is probably the time where you do it, but use discretion. And thank you so much and enjoy the rest of day 2, and I will see you around. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Before we go ahead with the group photo, I would like to introduce Jessica. Jessica is our moderator for the afternoon session. Would you like to come on stage and say hi?
Good morning, everyone. I'll take this time to say hi. My name is Jessica Upani. I lead the Python Namibia Society. I do a lot of other amazing stuff, but I won't take this moment to say it because then I'll keep you here the whole day. But the other cool thing maybe that I do or that I've been doing this year is that I joined a research team at a university in Berlin. They focus on learning analytics. So we have an online learning platform that we are exploring to see They are doing a lot of amazing things. I'm just part of, I just take along. So I've been there for 1 month now, and then at the end of the year, I'll be back home. So if you are interested in hiring me, either a traineeship or entry-level situation, I'm going to do a shameless plug and put myself out there. So thank you to Canonical for bringing us here. We really appreciate it. And taking time to hear my talk, my introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. And for this morning, I would like to introduce Jose. Is Jose around? All right, you hanging back? Okay, sure. Let's go and group photo now. We all know you anyway, so you're awesome. So let's get ready for a group photo. I will follow our photographer and let's get started. Yeah. The group photo is here, so give us a minute. As I get, yes, photo is here. Hello. We are up here, getting ready for the picture. Hello. Do you want them to? Do you want them to go back or yeah, back from this? I see there. All right. That looks great.
Maybe this man is okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
But I need.
All right. On this side, look at Nathan Haynes. Nathan Haynes, you are our spotlight, the orange guy. You guys get closer. Okay. So we're trying to get everybody on the frame. Nathan Haynes, the orange guy there, is the first one on the left. So everybody should get a little bit closer. Nathan, can you raise your hands? Yay. Squeeze. And you can go a little bit back there if it's too packed, yeah? Are we good?
One step.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, do you ready?
So we'll do 3 shots. We need to wait for a couple of minutes. There's one intern that I'm told needs to come. So
Be
shot
waiting
one.
for.
Hello.
And now or will be waiting? Wait a couple of minutes. Okay. Waiting for any picture. One person. Okay. Okay. Waiting for one person.
Well, maybe I can take a picture, right? That doesn't count. Come in. Yes, we are. Is Mark in the shot? Yes, everybody in the shot. Nathan Haynes is our pillar here, so that's a reference point. All right. For our first shot, you should smile like you're about to install Ubuntu.
I see only a pretty face. I need maximum smile. Show me
You are installing Ubuntu, come on. You've done it 2 or 3 times.
waiting or not.
Okay. Adrian, I saw you. More Ubuntu installing. The first one didn't go well.
Okay.
Let's do it again.
Everybody look at there. Open your eyes. Show me your smile. Perfect. Super. I get it.
Nice. So for the shot number 2, we'd like you to have your hands up in the air like the tentacles of a jammy jellyfish. Yay!
Yeah. Super. Super. I get it.
The third one is a little bit challenging. So make your best impression of a kinetic kudu.
What is it? Everybody.
I like that.
We can make one shot when everybody jumping. 3, 2, 1, jump.
You want a 3, 2, 1 jump? It's his idea. If you get hurt, you go look for this guy. All right? 3, 2, 1. We are nerds, you know. It's fine.
I need everybody ready to jump. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah?
All right. 3, 2, 1, jump.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, guys. We did it. We installed Ubuntu 3 times. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Careful. Yeah. Ooh, cold.
Thanks.
Hey folks, we have about 10 minutes before the next talk starts. If you need a bio break, if you need coffee, this is the time, so go run. I don't know if bathroom folks can hear me, but if you can hear me at the bathroom, come back from your bio break. We're going to start in like 2 minutes. Whoever's at the door, can you please signal the people outside that we're going to start? Thanks, Dottie. We don't have a bell today, so ding, ding, ding. Okay. No, you don't have. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have a minute. Okay, folks. So, we're going to get started 30 seconds earlier. Hope that's not a bother for you. So, we're going to get started today with Robbie. Robbie currently works for ARM. Some of you may know him. He's leading a team of performance and solutions engineers to support ARM's partners within the infrastructure market segment with a focus on cloud and edge native computing, data center networking, offload acceleration, hyperscale computing, and carrier 5G technologies. They help their partners provide and promote high-performance, low-power cloud to edge solutions built on the ARM Neoverse platform. Prior to ARM, he was a VP of engineering at Vapor.io. Provider of edge data center solutions. Held multiple executive roles across engineering and customer success at Canonical. Creators of Ubuntu Linux. Morier, please. No Morier? Okay. And he started his 20-plus year career at technology at IBM, working and leading teams within their Linux Technology Center. This session is going to cover two topics: the ways ARM currently uses Ubuntu for workloads and solutions testing, development, and performance analysis with our partners in the infrastructure segment, and what additional ways we can collaborate with the Ubuntu server community to improve support for ARM solutions in the areas of real-time Linux, multi-architectural application support, solutions enablement, and benchmarking with Juju, and any other topics you would like to discuss. So if you have any ideas in mind, it's probably a good idea to note them down and chat them with Robbie later on. So the stage is yours. Welcome, Robbie.
Test. Thank you. So that was a long intro because I submitted this just for a normal infrastructure track talk. And then I realized when I saw the schedule, it was a little bit bigger. So sorry for the long intro. It was really supposed to be like a conversational session. So like they said, I work at ARM. Before ARM, I used to work at a company called Vapor.io where we did, it's a weird name, by the way, but they did edge computing services. I ran their software engineering team. Before that, I spent approximately 10 years at Canonical doing many things of Ubuntu, many UDSs, many events. So this is very familiar to me. And then before that, I did Linux for IBM for another 10 years. I've been doing open source for a while. I may look young, I'm 46. Or I don't, it's all good. It's not gonna hurt my feelings. So the agenda is going to be an introduction kind of what we do, what I do at ARM, what we do with just my role there. It's a mouthful, but as I describe it, it'll make sense in a way. Kind of the journey of Ubuntu and ARM. I've been part of it since the very beginning in Canonical for the most part. I think I joined maybe a year after, but I'll kind of cover that. And then I'm going to go through going forward, which are just some things that we're collaborating on now with Ubuntu, using Ubuntu, some asks, and if I have time, Q&A, but you can just find me. I kind of stick out at these events as usual. For those who may remember, I wore a Hulk costume at a UDS event many years ago. Someone showed me the video just yesterday. That's amazing. You can Google it, just UDS Hulk. I think you may see me dancing in a Hulk costume. Anyway, it's Orlando UDS. So let's get into the introduction really quickly about what we do, what my team does at ARM. So ARM, we're around 6,000 people. We have a large amount of software engineers internally. You may or may not know, hundreds and hundreds of open source engineers across multiple continents. We have another software group that does tooling for ARM. And then in the way that we're divided within ARM from a business perspective, we have lines of business, right? We have client, which is mobile phones, laptops, any type of small device in terms of a user device. IoT, pretty self-explanatory. Auto, again, should be self-explanatory. And then infrastructure. Infrastructure doesn't mean I work for IT, though I get a lot of solicitations on LinkedIn for that. Infrastructure basically means the market, the segment. So think server, cloud, data center, networking, storage. So all these lines of business work together with our engineering to put together collections of IP, intellectual property, that we sell and license to hundreds and hundreds of companies around the world, right? Everyone in here has ARM IP in their pocket. If you have a mobile phone on your wrist, in your TV, maybe in your laptop. I'm not going to say that vendor. Yeah, so what we do within infrastructure is we take all this collection of IP from our engineers and kind of package it in various offerings that we can offer to partners like Amazon, right? So the Graviton servers are all ARM-based. Ampere is another strong partner of ours who produces servers you can buy. They also fed servers into Microsoft Azure, Oracle Cloud, and Google. We have deployments in China as well, Alibaba, ByteDance, and some others. So that's what we do in the InfraLob. That's what the lob is short for line of business. What my team does specifically is engineering team. We're in the line of business, but we're an engineering team, about 20 of us or so. And we're kind of like solution ninjas, performance ninjas. We're kind of tasked at working with partners, working with open source, working with any engineering software stack to enable it and improve the performance on ARM, right? In what we call the segment, the 5G infrastructure space. So we have 5G RAN, radio access network. You'll see edge computing, which is really no different than cloud computing. It's just smaller form factor further away, in my opinion. Enterprise networking and storage. And we focus on a huge amount of the entire solution stack that we call it, right? So solutions, as you see here, what we call a solution would be a combination of the reference hardware, the base core components like OS, toolchain, and such, and then specific applications on top. And I'm going to get into that in a few more slides. And again, the idea is to just improve the experience of software running on ARM, right? So Amazon AWS is a really good partner. I talk to them more than I'd probably like to. And they will say, hey, we have a customer, and they're running into a problem. MySQL really isn't running as well as it should on ARM, and we're trying to migrate them over to Graviton because it's good for us, it's good for them. Can you help us out? Now, obviously, Amazon has a huge amount of OSS engineers themselves, but they don't all necessarily have so much training on ARM like we do. So we'll investigate, dive in, and either sometimes it's a really quick fix, it's just a configuration thing. Other times we notice it's a code problem. If my engineers can't fix it really quickly, then we'll pass it on to our open source internal team, who does a lot of work upstream. They partner with all the groups. There's a laser pointer in here. Okay. Is this that dot right there? Oh, look at that. Sweet. Okay. So it's a lot of random responses to customer problems, right? So that's like half the team. And we'll do plenaries, we'll do webinars, we'll do blog posts on the work that we do. So it's kind of fun. I mean, in the sense that you never, it's always different stuff every day, every week. It's a little taxing as well because, again, we work with all the partners, right? We work with Google right now, and when they're trying to, increase the performance of Google Kubernetes engine on the cloud. We even work with Microsoft on Windows, which is a little weird for me, but it's cool. Improving their tool chain and the performance of Windows on ARM, because Azure, as you may or may not know, runs on Windows hypervisor, and so when they threw ARM machines in there, they had to do some performance optimizations there. So that's on what we call, we say, like, in terms of our customer journey, we talk about in terms of, we talk about collaborating on a roadmap with our customers, helping them select the intellectual property that they want to build their SoC around, their system on chip. And then they tape out, which means they actually produce these chips. And then we do a thing called bring up, where we help them bring up their server, their platform. If they run into any problems, our engineering teams are there to help. And then we try to ramp consumption of this IP. So that's on the ramp side in terms of things that are already out in the field. But we also have a pretty cool job of working to improve future IP, future chipsets, future interconnect technology, and everything else that we produce. So what people probably don't know, or maybe they know, this is a really convoluted chart, so let me explain it. We do a lot of deep dive analysis on workloads and applications based on what we get from customers in terms of like key priority workloads that they're looking at. Customers being a lot of the cloud providers, some networking partners, and storage vendors. We've done work on Ceph, we've done work on Postgres, MySQL, Elasticsearch, Memcached, Nginx. I can go on forever. But a lot of times when we're working with customers, let me see here, let me go like this. Okay, so what does this mean? This n plus 1, n plus 2, blah, blah, blah. So you could think of these as when hardware takes a while to get out, by the way. It's not like software. So when you see n minus 1, n is like the current release of Neoverse is our brand, so we just call it n. You could think of this as like Graviton, if you're familiar with AWS and Graviton 3, which is out now. If there was work on Graviton 4, it'd be here, and this would be Graviton 5. I can't confirm or deny this stuff. But this is the work I talked about that we do there, where it's already out in the field. We're just doing some tuning analysis on features. A lot of times, if we discover problems that we want to feed back into the cycle of IP engineering, we can kind of feed them that, because hey, there's some things you may want to change. We're seeing some odd behaviors with some performance on some workloads. But the hardest thing that our partners have to do is they try to predict the future, because the conversations we're having now with partners on how they select their IP to build their processors, they won't actually see that in the field for years. So there's a lot of modeling, a lot of reduction of applications down to key instructions, key assembly that we can actually probe and analyze running on various simulators, emulators, models, and so forth to give them some level of confidence around how this chip is going to perform. Now, when we were just client-based on phones and small devices, it was a little easier, single core architecture, a lot easier to do these traces. But now we're in the cloud. Now you're looking at multi-core servers with advanced interconnects that we're trying to basically model the performance of these workloads. So we have a whole team of engineers who will take these key critical workloads that our partners have told us, like, we got to get these running well on ARM, and try to do as much analysis as we can, working with our internal engineering teams to give them some confidence on when they're selecting their new IP as they want to do the next generation of their processors. So that's generally what my team does on a daily basis. And if you've been following ARM you know, in terms of the process of the ARM server. It's been an insane ride in the last couple of years, so we're very, very busy. I know some people are looking for work, I've heard, so we're hiring, so come find me on that too. So, last but not least, Ubuntu and me. Yeah, I've been member since 2008. That was my join date for Canonical, October 2nd, 2008, when I left IBM. It was the Intrepid release was coming up. My first UDS was, what's after I? J, John T. Jackalope or whatever. Intrepid Ibex was my release. I think we did our UDS at Google. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. It was Google, right? Yeah. Thanks, Ogre. You know, there's me right there, way in the back, that tall black dude right there. You can tell by the logo, this is an older release. This is how you can. This was the last UDS, I think. This was Copenhagen, I believe, right? Yeah, there's me again, kind of hiding over there. We had to wear these awesome shirts if you were a track lead. I don't know if any of you remember that, so 5 shirts she had to wear back. Yeah, I'm still an Ubuntu member. I don't really maintain my profile on Ubuntu Wiki, but I get that email every is it year, 6 months, a year, I guess? Yeah, I just got it this week to renew my Ubuntu membership. I always click. I still have Launchpad. I still run Ubuntu. Like I run it, you know, ARM has a flavor of Ubuntu. We call it, it's typical straight Ubuntu. We overlay some security things on top of it, you know, VPNs and some such. But if you join ARM, you have that option of selecting Ubuntu as your OS outside of the traditional Windows and or Mac if you want a MacBook. So that's me. And if you want to talk about that, we can, but that's an old picture as well. No Hulk picture? No, I'm not doing that. I mean, look, if you want to see the Hulk picture, just come and find me. I got them on my phone, but I'm trying to let that go. I mean, it's been a while. I mean, granted, I have a tattoo of the Hulk on my body at some place, and we can talk about that as well, but yeah, I'll never live that down, which is fine. You know, it's cool. I'm down with Marvel. So journey of Ubuntu and ARM, right? So I don't know how many people understand like how important Ubuntu has been in terms of the success of ARM in Linux and in the server space particularly, right? It all started with mobile and not phone, but like the mobile team. Ogre remembers. Matt Zimmerman, our CTO at the time, sent an email out and said, hey, we're going to be starting these new embedded and mobile on Ubuntu. Ironically, it was on Intel first because that was when Intel thought they could get back to the small size from a phone perspective. And the mobile team was established. This wiki page is still up. This email I found, like, I mean, all this stuff was like I found this week. It's pretty crazy. And I think the first release of mobile was 7.10, and then I think the first ARM enablement was 9.10. Okay, yeah. And yeah, so that started, right? And then around, there was a pivot. This is there too, right? This page is obsolete. The mobile team is now renamed every task to Ubuntu and ARM team. And there was a hard pivot. Like, no, to be clear, this is not really, I mean, obviously Ubuntu runs on a ton of ARM devices, right? There was a lot of embedded work, a lot of work around, obviously, the Raspberry Pi, but this is particularly around server because, again, I submitted a talk for infrastructure track. On the right, upcoming PUDS. This was a 1204, and that's when we really got serious about Ubuntu on ARM from a server perspective. 11.10 was the actual first like beta release of this stuff, and it was really crazy at the time because I think this was 1204 UDS. I can't remember what that was, but we had an entire track, as you can see, around ARM everywhere. We were OpenStack on ARM, Juju on ARM. You know, ARM was the future, even though it wasn't even 64-bit, by the way, from a standpoint of servers. But we were convinced that that would be the future back then. A lot of partners at the time we were working with to enable Ubuntu on ARM for the server space. And then, let me see here. Canonical had division, Ubuntu led the way. This was really cool. I was going again, some of these wikis are still here. But why does Canonical think Ubuntu on ARM servers will be important? And it's, reading this, it's the same. These are the reasons that we talk about today, right? Sustainable computing, the fact that as, the need for compute grows, there's going to be a need for concern over power, space, and cooling where ARM succeeded. And if ARM could just get it right from a 64-bit standpoint in performance, there was a huge opportunity for ARM in the data center. Everyone laughed at the time. I mean, people thought it was hilarious. The year of the ARM server was a running joke, just like the year of the Linux desktop for a while. And yeah, so then 12.04 we had a release. There were multiple devices, and then there was an entire ARM server page created. And from there, we would work with multiple partners at Canonical and as an Ubuntu community to enable various platforms, none of which are around anymore. Some companies have gone. The ThunderX is still around, I think, but they kind of ended that. And you can see 12.04, 14.04, 16.0, and now just today, right? Ubuntu server on ARM. Without Canonical, without Ubuntu, there would be no Linaro, if you're familiar with that. Linaro was a foundation created just to get Linux on ARM and all the insanity that was there previously together so this stuff could boot easily, so you didn't have to go through, an entire manual of figuring out how to get your server installed with Ubuntu. A lot of investment that I don't think many people recognize of how much the Ubuntu community and Canonical put into the ARM ecosystem on Linux. Seeding Linaro, the first employees of Linaro were Canonical people, right? We had this. I had to lose people over. I was like, what? I gotta do what? They're like, yeah, we're gonna seed them over. They're still getting paid by Canonical, but they're not gonna do work for you anymore. I was like, okay, So there's a lot of work there. So I mean, all of this is just to say that ARM really thanks Canonical and Ubuntu. I mean, we really thank you for the work you've done. I think that because of this work, Ubuntu is led in the ARM server deployments, and this is what I'm going to get into now in terms of what we do, going in terms of the work we do. But everything that my team does, from an analysis to performance work to optimizations, is done on Ubuntu, unless specifically asked by a partner to use another Linux distro. It's Ubuntu by default. And again, it's because it's always been there, it's always been reliable, and it's always worked very well on ARM, right? Launchpad has ARM builders. I don't, again, really think people appreciate the investment there. So again, ARM thanks you there. So I'm gonna get into a lot of details. Again, this was supposed to be like a session, so sorry for some of this applications talk. But key compute libraries optimized using Ubuntu. This is a lot of what my team does, right? We do shows, we do blogs, we do analysis, white papers. All these improvements you see here, again, cost savings combined with performance work, all done on Ubuntu. This is pretty low-level stuff. These are like core libraries. Again, when I say my team, I mean ARM in general. There is a big group of, again, OSS engineers that do a lot of the work at the low level. Contributions upstream, participation in events, especially when you see things like .NET, OpenJDK. We do a lot of work there. All of this, again, done on Ubuntu. More workloads. Again, we spend a lot of time deploying these things. We use Juju, believe it or not. In our lab, we use Mass to deploy our systems. A lot of this is done on the cloud. A lot of this work that you see up here was done on AWS, just particularly because it was the first, they were the first ones to really roll out the ARM servers at a cloud level. We've done some work on Oracle Cloud as well, and then on some Ampere-based machines. I'm gonna go through these kind of fast because there's a lot. Again, more workloads. And then we have some at the bottom here is our work that we're doing right now. And the scope of the work these are the test cases that we'll run. This is really non-relevant to you guys, but it's just tests that we run. Some of these are pretty, and I mean, it's really cool to look at, like if you look at some of these SQL databases, are 30 to 40% better, faster performance on ARM, on AWS typically, again. Key web services, more stuff. We'll do solutions. These are mock solutions. Death Star Bench is a is a solutions benchmark created at MIT, funded by Intel, where they have representative solutions. We'll have like social media deployment, and it's a combination of applications already pre-configured, pre-connected, that represent workloads that they've kind of studied. We use that as well to kind of do some testing and analysis. I/O. We do a lot of work in the 5G communication space with our partners like Nokia and Ericsson, where yes, there's a lot of on-processor work, but there's also this movement towards software stacks that run, Open RAN as it's called, that we do some work on. We've done some work on Ceph, Rook, and some others. All right, Android in the cloud, there you're right there. We've done some work there with Ambox. That's a pretty awesome solution, by the way, from Canonical. Done a lot of work with that. A lot of partners in China are very interested in being able to host Android in the cloud, because you can, with the improvements in communication technology, you can have high-end games that are streamed over to a low-end phone. So I worked with Simon Fells, thanks to him and his team, a lot with this Ambox solution. We did a demo at Game Developer Conference of this with Ampere. We had it hosted. We still have it running in my lab, so I can always connect to a machine and play a few Android games if I want to. But I mean, I get asked about it just this week. I mean, again, it's a really awesome solution that a lot of folks, particularly in the China market, are interested in terms of hosting. So hopefully Canonical can turn that into a chunk of cash. And then these are other random demos we do. Smart cities, Edge. We do a lot of really cool stuff just because, so many cool things run on ARM now. We can demo smart, Edge analytics. We do a lot of ML, AI processing, improving the performance of those as well. Again, all on ARM. Okay, let me see what time. Cool. Going forward, these are things that we are doing with Ubuntu, or would like to do with Ubuntu in terms of, the journey of, again, ARM and Ubuntu as a partnership. ARM on ARM initiatives. This means developing ARM on ARM. The ARM laptop, the infamous ARM laptop dream. There's been some stumbles along the way, but it's getting better. The ThinkPad 13S is out, Qualcomm-enabled Snapdragon. We are working with Canonical, Debian, and Lenovo to have these available for you to actually have running Ubuntu on it cleanly. Are we going for a pre-install, Andy, or are they? Yep, pre-installed, so kind of like the Dell versions of the XPS. This is a very detailed slide of where we're at in terms of enablement. This does not, so again, server team, infrastructure, we don't really do a lot of the client stuff, but we're always interested in what the other teams are doing. This is really near and dear to my heart because, again, I run Ubuntu at ARM now. So on an Intel laptop, I would love to be able to run it on ARM. So I'm in line to get one of these pretty soon. I think Andy already has one, but he's in OSS, so he gets dibs. And again, we're partnering now to this, so you can expect this to be pretty soon, hopefully. It's pretty exciting. The performance is actually not that bad now. In the future, you can expect to see some. People have discovered that you can have alternative x86 processing in laptops, and it actually runs very, very well. Certain fruit company has a pretty nice laptop running on alternative hardware really, really well. And then keep up the great work that you're doing already. Juju, man, let me talk about Juju. Okay, yeah. When I came and joined ARM and I was talking to the engineering team and they were like, yeah, we run Juju. I said, wait, stop, what? Wait, what? They're like, yeah, we run Juju, we write charms. I said, you write charms? Like, where the hell were you guys like 5 years ago when it was like my mission to find you and like promote this stuff, right? it was. I don't even know who made the decision. You know, maybe they don't even work in my team anymore. But we still deploy it. We still use Juju. They also use Ansible as needed for configuration, even a little Terraform. But yeah, we still have charms. It was part of the training for some of the performance engineers. They had to learn how to write charms. I was blown away by that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. We use Mass. They love it, right? Again, I had a long battles. Like, what did we call Juju at first? Ensemble? Remember that? Yeah, and this was called Orchestra. And then a certain man who owns the company renamed it to Metal as a Service. Yeah, we use these and love it. We use Mass to deploy even to Windows. It's really useful for us. We're kind of having to work through Windows deployment on ARM, but that's not Mass's fault. That's the Windows on ARM is not yet ready on a server basis, but we're getting there. We do that for a lot of our development. All the work you guys, that Canonical and Ubuntu does for the cloud is huge, right? And so keep that up. Having the instances there, having them performant on ARM, the testing that gets done, again, like I can't tell you how useful that is. Like even AWS, like they have their own Amazon Linux, but they never ask us, hey, can you run this test on Amazon Linux? No, it's normally Ubuntu because they're kind of trying to replicate whatever their customers are running. Not to call them out. They do run on Amazon Linux. They do provide that for folks, but it's like I said, even on Azure, Ubuntu, Oracle, Ubuntu, all these clouds, Ubuntu, Ubuntu, Ubuntu. And then real-time Linux. Y'all, I think just released in the last Ubuntu release. It was official, real-time. Always been on Intel, but on ARM it's very critical for us. I mean, mostly targeted at the auto space because you don't want to have your kernel preempted if your car is supposed to be swerving or stopping and saving your life. But from a standpoint of the infrastructure team, it's in the 5G communications, telecommunications. And so we've been working directly with Joe? Who's the real-time engineer in Canonical? Anyone know? I can't. He's been there forever. He's gonna be mad at me for forgetting his name. Anyway, we're working directly, patching, running performance feedback to give them, to make Ubuntu, the real-time kernel, like kick ass on ARM. And so I'm really happy about that because again, we need this as we look towards implementing 5G and believe it or not, 6G solutions with some of our partners. And then I have an ask here. Multi-arch support is the future again. So, a long time ago, there was this spec here, multi-arch spec. If you go look at my good friend Steve Langasek created it. I think Mark used to make fun of me for saying, this is the release of multi-arch. He's like, yeah, good luck. Like, it took a while to get this right. And it was just to be able to get 32 and 64-bit binaries combined on the same DEB, like the same installation, some cross-compilation. But it was a big step forward in terms of supporting multi-arch from a distro perspective. And then we obviously had multi-arch, in terms of architectural CPUs. Now the challenge is that a lot of people don't use packages anymore. And what we run into is, particularly around Python and Docker, we'll have these solutions that we want to enable on ARM, get deployed on ARM. We'll run through their recipe, their whatever their instructions are, and they're only building Docker images on x86. And I get it. It's for a long time, it's been the predominant architecture. But now, there's so many different flavors out there now. I mean, Ubuntu runs on Power, runs on the mainframe, which is amazing. We have AMD Intel. RISC-V is making a huge surge. Apple Silicon, all these different architectures. I'm asking anyone who's writing applications, who are developers, think of multi-arch. There's CI/CD services now on ARM and some of these other platforms. There's tooling. There's how-to write-ups. If you need, you can go to our website. There's tooling to understand this. A lot of times this should just work. Go just works. Thankfully on ARM. Again, when it comes to these pre-packaged solutions, though, npms, npms, Docker images, Python wheels, snaps, don't assume x86. If you're writing things that are highly performant, specifically if it's AI, ML applications, and you're using SIMD vectorized code, don't always just assume it's AVX 512. Right? There's Neon, there's SVE, SVE2 is coming on the ARM side. And there's tools, there's people who can help. You can reach out. We're trying to grow our developer programs so people are aware. No one calls themselves, quote unquote, an ARM developer like no one calls themselves, I'm an Intel developer, right? It's just about applications, and I get it, completely get it. But it's just, I guess it's the next evolution that we need to kind of think of as you're developing your applications and your solutions. And then I think I have a shameless plug. Yes, like I said, ARM has always had developer.arm.com. We've always been engaging with the upstreams, but we've always kind of been also behind the scenes, I think. And now we're trying to really come out in terms of embracing software developers, understanding that it's the software that's driving the hardware. Yes, hardware is important. It's critical, but it's no longer, and when I was growing up, it was about the software keeping up with the hardware innovations and hardware companies driving the software features. It's completely upside down, right? Now it's, okay, I need these applications, these workloads to run really well. Let's design this hardware together. Let's, is it an offload, accelerator? Are we doing IPUs/DPUs, data processing units, which are basically this smart NIC on steroids? Are we designing 3D chiplets? Are we doing fast interconnects between the cores? I mean, all this is around software. So ARM is reinvigorated around really going after the community, building a community of people who develop on ARM software. So check out that website, please. We are looking for help. There's different membership levels. There's an ambassador level where it's all free, by the way. But if you get selected as ambassador, I guess, I don't know I don't know all the perks yet. To be honest, this is kind of a new rollout. But there's some cool things that I think you get if you're selected as an ambassador. And I think selection really just means kind of a deep dive into your experience. And you can be, Raspberry Pi, robots. If you're in the mobile space, it doesn't matter. Like, we're looking for folks to really get that feedback as we start to, we still know there's a lot of work to do in the software space, and so we need that help. And again, it's a shameless plug because somebody responded to a random marketing email, and they're like, hey, can you send us a picture real quick? And I was like, for what? Oh, just for this developer thing. So now I'm on the website, so I kind of have to own this. So apparently I'm an ARM expert on this developer website. I don't know if I could say that, but again, we're really looking for that help, that input. We have a Discord server. We're all fancy now. Yeah, and then and then you have Robert Wolf. If some of you may or may not know him, he has like a YouTube channel on this stuff. We launched Dev Summit online. We're looking to have like more of those in person, but again, we're still trying to really replicate what Canonical and Ubuntu have done, right? To have passionate people, pushing us forward because we can't do it ourselves. And with that, I'm done, really. We got about 15 minutes. I can take questions about mostly anything. Some legal things I can't talk about, but I can hint to. Any questions? Or just find me later. It's no big deal. I love these Elmo boxes.
Check.
I love the Elmo boxes. Don't ask me about Qualcomm. What?
No? Yes? Okay. So you said that when you join ARM, you can run Ubuntu. On what?
I run Ubuntu on my ThinkPad Yoga. I have it in my bag. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Throw it to the back.
So you showed the Lenovo 13S as coming soon, and I've seen that Dimitri has shared in our Telegram group a cheeky photograph of what he's been working on. When's that going to be available?
3 to 6 months.
I'll start saving up then.
Ish. Takes a lot of work to enable these things. Yeah. I'm in line too.
Yes, thank you. So I work at Canonical, and I worked on ARM on Azure. And one of the biggest problem I had was how am I supposed to write ARM? Is it all uppercase?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. We rebranded, so now we're down to all lowercase. Yeah. And it's ARM, not ARM. We're lowercase, right? Oh, the spec. Oh, the ISIS spec. That's different. Yeah. But in terms like the logo, like it's lowercase, like on ARM. That's the latest branding. I can tell you that right now. I am up to date. That's like hot off the presses. Yeah. I thought that was going to be like a real Azure question, man.
So
do a lot of work with anyway. Okay.
So my question is, I saw that you mentioned a lot about performance testing. The industry has generally gone and done performance testing. The industry has mostly done performance testing by doing time-based performance analysis. I'm actually wondering if you already started adopting actually looking for slowing down the components of parts of the system to identify where actually you see the biggest performance improvements. And how does that differ from when you're looking from the hardware perspective and trying to find out new instruction sets, for example, versus just a software application layer?
Okay, I heard some of that. The speakers are facing you guys, so it's really hard to hear up here. So your first question was, repeat the first part. How do we?
So predominantly the industry has done performance testing, looking from the perspective of time of execution. However, when this was further studied, it revealed that what you actually want is to see if you apply delays at certain sections, you will actually identify much better because the memory layout optimization problem. So basically I'm trying to look into, when you're looking into an instruction set aspect, how do you go around like in that level and how does it differ from the application programmer developer basically?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, performance analysis, there's like multi-layered cake of what we do for performance, right? Sometimes, again, it's really easy. It's just a configuration change for the given workload. And again, sometimes it's a code change. In terms of how we measure the performance, it's a lot of around latency and throughput a lot of times when it's data, from a data standpoint. Most people just want their stuff to be fast, right? We do get away with sometimes a performance per dollar thing that we can do as well because of the pricing that happens with some of the ARM services. So maybe, it may not, it could be maybe a little underperform on x86, but you're saving so much you can deploy more instances and make that up. In terms of instruction sets and how we look at that, yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's, like you said, memory allocation, storage. We do a lot of vectorization analysis, how to speed up that. There's a lot of work around understanding what happens on multi-core systems in terms of where the hotspots are. I mean, you may need to find me after. There's a lot. I mean, because, and it's not even on CPU performance. Sometimes it's between cores, in terms of interconnects. And then obviously, what we run into specifically in the cloud is that there's all the other layers of inception between the piece, the CPU underneath, and for example, Amazon has this thing called Nitro, which is kind of like it's hypervisor, but at like a machine level. And then there's storage and networking performance and everything else. But yeah, we have an entire organization that does that. We take also traces from our partners where they literally go to like, this is purely an example, but say, you can go to like a service running in Azure, for example, and they almost literally hit record how that's running on the system. We validate it, and they want to give it back to us so then we can replay it and figure out, again, bottlenecks, performance issues. So it's a lot of work, actually, to the architecture, how much it goes back to the architecture. A lot. I mean, we're to be fair, ARM is still playing catch-up in a lot of ways in the server space, right? A lot of what we hear is, hey, this is what we can do on x86. How do we do that on ARM? And then you got to figure it out because there's a lot of different ways. But now we're actually starting to look forward in terms of security, cryptography, performance, and a lot of it goes back, a lot. I mean, because we're learning as well. We're growing up in this space. A lot of our central technology, our engineers, they grew up in a client space, and there's a lot of things that they're just discovering from the workloads that we're getting now, new ways to speed up things. We have different combinations of chipsets, a big little where you have a big cores running certain things, a little offloading. I mean, there's a lot of different things we're doing now in the processor space because, we're running up against Moore's law. We can't get smaller, so now you're getting different weird combinations of chipsets and interconnects to meet the demands of compute.
I have a question. You had a slide on the multi-arch, and you talked about a situation where there's a packaging system which describes or models GPU architecture, and then people are basically using Docker containers and other things that are higher-level concepts that break because, x86, 64 is assumed, and so forth. And I notice this a lot in where I work as well, and I see that software engineers don't really understand packaging, and they kind of tend to reinvent the wheel or wanted to build things that are more complex on top. And I'm wondering if you have an opinion as to why that is and why, generally speaking, packaging is such an obscure thing and we don't use it more often.
It's hard. It's hard. I mean, I don't know. Right? I mean, anyone ever done a Debian package? That shit's hard. I did it. I mean, I like the benefits of it, of packages. I think, but the fact of the matter is, things are moving so fast. We've created this culture of I want it now. Deploy it there. Doesn't matter where it's coming from. Just Docker deploy. Where'd you get that NPM from? Works for me. Right? I don't care about security issues. Until it goes into production. I used to have web developers who work for me too, so I understand all that. And it's great in terms of being able to have what you want now, the latest and greatest. I mean, that's how Ubuntu got started, right? Because remember, we were revolutionary as an Ubuntu distro back when Red Hat was telling you, no, you can't get new stuff every few months. It has to be every few years, right? So it's just an evolution of that. But what it's created is this supply chain security issue of, you don't necessarily know where you're getting these packages from. You don't necessarily know what's going down with them, and it's hard for a distro that that Mark kind of talked about yesterday in terms of that balance of allowing people to do what they want, but also providing that trust and security, and they work against each other. And again, for us, there's been some movement because of other architectures supporting non-x86 open source, projects that we went to in the past where we said, hey, we ported this for you. Will you support ARM? They're like, no, it's too much heavy uplift from a CI/CD perspective and so forth. Now they're starting to do that, but again, there's still a heavy amount of, and at least in the cloud native deployments. Oh yeah, just do Docker installs. Like, but do you have ARM Docker images? Like, no, but that's getting better too. But yeah, as to why people don't do packaging, it's just because it's hard. I don't know. I'll be honest. I mean, but it's worth doing. I would love to have more packages and less random things outside of snaps. Snaps are cool, but I don't run them too much on my server. But yeah, that's my opinion on that one.
I'd like to make our software more energy efficient because we need to lower the total carbon footprint of using it. But we have a debate within Canonical. Some people fear that if we do that, or when we do that, people will just use more of it and more instances because it'll be cheaper. So we won't actually succeed in our aim of lowering the total carbon footprint at all. Have you had those kinds of debates within ARM about energy efficiency, and have you any thoughts on that debate?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I definitely see your point. I mean, and if you didn't hear, I mean, when you can get more of it, human nature is that you will, basically, is what you're saying, right? I don't know. We've never had that philosophical debate, at least that I'm aware of within ARM. But I think that's always something to be concerned about, like you said. But I think there's some constraints there that keep that from happening at large scale, particularly around power, space, and cooling, right? They're limited on power. If you're limited on the space, you're limited on what you can do from a cooling perspective. You're really looking just to fit more compute in a smaller space. So I think just physical limitations of some of the things that are happening. I'm not sure it's a concern in that way. I mean, sustainable computing is huge it's huge for us. Um, and power efficiency, that's a huge. That's one of the things that we always measure our offerings on, and that we get asked about. And now, if you think about it, like proliferation, if you think about edge computing, 5G, then the necessary for more compute closer to the end. If you're into gaming, which both of my kids are, you want to be able to have that offload closer, so you have less lag, so I don't have to hear them screaming because they can't get their kill shot off or whatever. I think more of a concern is just the proliferation of like the need for more computing closer to the user. But yeah, I mean that's an interesting philosophical question. I guess within Canonical, if you're debating whether or not you want to make your I don't know how it could be a bad thing to be more efficient, to be honest with you. I mean, yes, you can go to the extensional thing of, well, then more people will use it. Sure, but if you didn't make it efficient, they're still going to use it, right? Like, there's still the need. That's the thing, unfortunately. So, yeah, I mean, that's an interesting concept, though. I mean, typical Canonical debate.
Okay, folks. Couple more questions before we move on. We only have 2 more minutes left.
Hello? Okay. So I was missing one thing on your optimization tables here. When I buy such a laptop, I at times have to run one of these obsolete architectures on it. And I haven't seen anything about KVM or QEMU, so I could run x86, for example, on my ARM laptop.
Ooh.
Have you done any optimization work on that side?
Andy's thinking. You can. Find Andy.
I know I can.
Andy.
How performant will it be?
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I mean, like again, I don't work a lot on the client side, but I know you can. I just know I don't know from a performance perspective. I don't know how much. Yeah, it's still in development. Contributions are.
Thanks.
I believe in the next few years, you'll see extremely performant ARM-based laptops that you can install Ubuntu on, that Windows will work on flawlessly. Firmly know that. That's just my personal belief. I'm not leaking out any confidential things, by the way. But one more? Go ahead.
So, quick question. Is there a wish or a target to try to have kind of universal binaries as a way to solve the packaging problem for Windows or Linux?
Man. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I would love a universal binary that works across all architectures. I don't know how, if you could do that, man, that would put y'all on the map. But I don't know. That's a hard ask. I mean, unless you want to how would you do that? Yeah. Sorry. That's good. Yeah, I mean, that would be great. But, I'm not, I'm just happy to have, again, the binaries aren't a problem, to be honest. I mean, especially for Ubuntu, you have builders. Launchpad will build these things for you. It's pretty amazing from a packaging standpoint. I'm very thankful for that. It's just when you're doing the prepackaged solutions, just build the Docker image. It's all good. Yes. Snaps are. Right. Yeah, 4 gig snap. Right. Nah, I'm good. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
That is what we have time for now. Thanks, Robbie. Just an FYI for the people on the live stream. Hi. If you have any questions that you'd like me to ask around, please do let me know. I am monitoring both, Telegram, IRC, Matrix, the Ubuntu On Air channel. So if you have any questions, please ask away, and I'll do my best to ask them here. We are going to take a very small break and to get us set up with the next speaker, and we'll be right back. Check. Quick meeting, 5 minutes. Folks, we're coming back in 2 minutes. Just to check. And again, we don't have a bell, so ding, ding, ding.
Okay, everyone. How are you all feeling right now? Getting there. Okay. Nice.
Okay, we just made a final call for the folks outside. We're going to get started in just a second.
There's good. Okay. That works. Yeah. Thank you. So, hi folks, I'm Philip. I'm leading the community team at Canonical, and I'm here to continue and enhance an effort that started last year to make Ubuntu an exciting place for people of all skill levels and backgrounds to get involved. With the Ubuntu community, I'm taking more of an outside-in view of what the major community pain points are and how to approach them. In doing so, I'd like to take a step back and think about why are we even doing all of this? So this talk is specifically how I'm approaching the Ubuntu community, but the general approach here can be used in other communities as well. Oftentimes when you start or inherit a community, you tend to focus on the most pressing issues. There's going to be a lot to do, you get a lot done, but when you look back, are you really moving forward? So by taking a higher level approach and planning out what you want to achieve within 1 to 2 years, you have a guiding light that you can use on a daily basis. Does what I'm doing today advance the mission or strategy that I'm setting? As such, I'm going to guide you through some very existential questions, such as, why do we exist? What do we want to be? How do we get there? And what do we need to start doing? Let's start with a mission. In yesterday's opening keynote, I mentioned how we'd like to focus on making projects and technology successful on Ubuntu. In creating our community mission, I believe I found a good balance that allows us to achieve this broad scope, while also providing direction and focus for a Canonical's community team. This is how we make Ubuntu available to the widest possible audience. Canonical's community team wants to create a welcoming experience for those who want to participate and build long-lasting relationships, and community members are looking for ways that they can succeed better through Ubuntu and share this experience with the world. Therefore, we should provide meaningful ways for open source enthusiasts to connect, learn about Ubuntu, and see how it can make a positive impact on their personal and professional lives. With that in mind, what is it that we want to achieve? In order to complete our mission, we'd like to nurture a thriving ecosystem where community members feel valued, engaged, and are able to make quality contributions towards a shared vision of success for Ubuntu. Now, what does that shared vision look like? Something that I think both Canonical and the remaining community can get behind is here on the right. As a business, Canonical wants to fill the niches and attract new audiences to make sure our products are best positioned. Another point I mentioned in my talk yesterday is that shift in community focus, leaning more towards the providing excellent stability and tools in order for you to tinker and show your creativity in many different technologies. Engaged community members will go the extra mile to shape the operating system to their needs and drive improvement for everyone. So I think this is really something that we can all work on and get behind. So how do we get there? After talking to community governance teams, flavors, downstream maintainers, interest groups, and very influential individuals, come up with a few high-level strategic initiatives that I wanted to walk you through today. Lowering the barrier of entry, very important for a community. It was somewhat difficult to, find my way in when I joined Canonical. We have a wiki that can give you the feeling you're still in 2017. We have a long and hard to find guide on all the contribution opportunities where it's sometimes unclear if they're actually staffed or meaningful at this moment. And it makes it incredibly hard for someone to get started and not feel frustrated. It doesn't actually reflect what's happening in the community either, because sometimes the information is just moved and is continuing somewhere else. We used to have an amazing community portal all the way back to 2016. It was a good way to see what's going on and fill that niche that is important to you. Traditionally, it was focused on a lot of local meetups, but nowadays, with the pandemic, a younger generation, this alone, I don't think, is a recipe for success. I'd like to enable people to find ways to contribute based on general technologies such as IoT and desktop environments, specific interests such as home automation and gaming, technologies such as OpenCV or security frameworks, or even based on programming languages. Location can still be a factor, but it should not be the center of attention. People also need to know how specifically they can match their skill set with tasks that don't just fix an issue, but contribute to a joint purpose. I prototyped a spin on Canonical's job picker that will help people match their open source skills with tasks or bugs that we have available. This is just a prototype though. I'm not a designer, so just trying to get some visual images towards what we might be able to do. It's also much easier to wrangle than a 7,000-word wiki page on how to contribute. Documentation. I asked someone on IRC, I had someone ask on IRC how to fix a specific bug they've been experiencing for 2 years, and they just wanted it to go away. So, did their research, they tried to find out how to contribute. The documentation on the wiki points to a VCS which is not used for that project. The IRC server is no longer used. The mailing list that was last posted to in 2021. And the page itself is also not updated for 3 years, so how's that going to work? Also, we're working on a new installer based on Flutter, so them contributing to the old one wouldn't even be meaningful in the long term. Daniele has devised a documentation framework called Yataxis, and he's holding a workshop on this today at 2 p.m., which I would highly recommend. And together with a community contributor, I'm also working out an initiative to provide more up-to-date documentation based on that framework. Mainly focused on community governance and contributor guides. So keep an eye out on Discourse for updates, or join us on Ubuntu Doc on IRC or Matrix. Communication. We have very many ways to participate. They each have their merits, and there's certainly folks that will hold on to IRC until that very last server goes offline. What we're failing to attract is that new generation of folks where the barrier of entry to participate via IRC is just too high. There's a number of alternatives available, worth considering, and this is something I'd like us to tackle in the next year. There's been some favoritism towards Matrix, since it would allow us to provide a kind of a center of attention, and then kind of bridge into the other ecosystems. Others, such as the GNOME Foundation, have recently switched to Matrix as well. Meaningful contribution opportunities. More than 10 years ago, a lot of the product planning and road mapping occurred at UDS together with the community. As an organization, we've grown a lot. We have a full-fledged product management team now. This means we need to be more proactive when communicating the roadmap, ideally at a time where the community may have an opportunity to influence it. This still means we need to focus on what the majority of users need. But if we're communicating after the fact, we're really missing out on that opportunity to improve the roadmap before it's committed to. I know our product managers are listening to users and stakeholders to see what needs to go in that roadmap. I imagine if the community can help curate a realistic list of issues with most impact, some of these should find a regular spot on each product manager's release planning. I'm working with some product managers on how to be more deliberate in this, and I'd welcome conversations with the community on how to organize that type of curated list. One immediate opportunity I'd like to point out, Adam has a session on gaming, getting good at gaming. It's at noon in Carlin 2. And related, if you want to stick around in this room afterwards, you can learn more about the history of Linux gaming from Mathieu. Clear path to contribution. This strategy is again about documentation, so I'll keep it short. Another aspect of the previous documentation effort is giving the community more clear instructions on the available perks in the community and how to get there. While it's certainly not as simple as a checklist, if you do all these things, you automatically become a member, or you automatically are a community council member. Knowing what it takes to become one of these groups, or even a flavor, just needs more clarity. If people know what the target is and how to get there, they're more likely to make an effort to become a community leader. The next goal is about more consistently showing movement and progress in the community. I'll tell you more about this on the next slide. When surveying what community-based councils and teams are still active, I noticed we have a small but very dedicated team of volunteers that are creating Ubuntu Weekly News. Who's heard of Ubuntu Weekly News? Oh, it's a small group, okay. Well, a round of applause for that dedicated team, since they're doing this every week, putting together that content. And really showing what's going on in the ecosystem. And I think that's so important. It's such a big opportunity to highlight first-time contributions, or show what's actually going on inside Canonical on a more regular basis. I think it's a really good way to do this. And talking to them, though, they don't really have good statistics on the viewership or even how their content performs. Creating that curated high-level overview of all things happening in the Ubuntu world, we have an opportunity to really highlight some of the good aspects in that space. Keeping the public up to date on what's going on and inspiring people to engage further. So I'd like to work with that team and maybe some open source content marketers to evolve that format of the newsletter and provide a little bit more visibility. We have a few folks internally as well, but I'd welcome others to get in touch. This also includes providing some more specific metrics to that team so that they can figure out what type of content is most engaging, and where should they focus their efforts. Metrics. It's traditionally somewhat difficult in the community space. We're not just tracking bugs fixed or quarterly work for engineering. We do have a few hard metrics available, such as a pull request or activity in our spaces. But on top of that, we really need to build those more one-to-one relationships and use soft metrics to keep a pulse on the community. We have some basic tools, such as website analytics, but we're really missing kind of that platform to pull all things together. Instead of taking that very traditional funnel that's more commonly used about 10 years ago, today's state-of-the-art is the Orbit model, and I'd like to give you a quick excursion on that. So Orbit categorizes people into 4 different levels of participation. The observers are those who are just reading, they're interested, they need information, but they need to gather knowledge and have that welcoming experience to move forward. The participants are those who begin engaging. They're asking questions, they're figuring out how to achieve something in their area, but they're not yet giving back by helping others. Contributors have made that step. They've gathered the knowledge so that they can help other participants. And finally, the advocates, they are our community leaders, many of you here at the Ubuntu Summit. Those who are really breathing our mission and ready to help get others on board. We can use some of these hard metrics to track activity in the ecosystem and target our efforts in relationship building with those who are most engaged. We're a small team. We need to build our circle of advocates that will help make such contributors and participants not feel alone. Going back to the strategy, it seems we have almost all the puzzle pieces on the table. We have various systems with community participation, mostly tied together through Ubuntu One. There's Launchpad as a central place to highlight how people are contributing. Those badge icons with like 14 pixels are very small. I'd love to make them this big. Mostly tied to, so Launchpad ties it together and highlights those contributions. And putting that puzzle piece together, I'm counting on a few teams at Canonical to help me build and improve that pipeline. I could also use some support from community data scientists, though, to make sure that we're asking the right questions. Also, it goes without saying, we need to do this in a way that's respectful to user privacy and aligns with our data practices. We can build a new line of community leaders piece by piece in order to achieve a thriving community that's committed to the success of Ubuntu. So, that was a bit quicker than I thought, but I think we still have a little bit of time. I hope this has given you some insight into what we've been working on with the team since I joined. I've listened to various issues from different groups, made my own experiences coming in from the outside, and have a strategy that I believe will vastly improve how the community can participate and interact with Ubuntu. I think we can be more successful together, and a strategy like this will help us get behind a common goal. Also like to say thank you for those of you that joined me in the Ubuntu community team channel on IRC and are commenting on discourse. You're really helping to make this a success. For those of you interested in getting more involved, I see opportunities for contribution in the documentation initiatives. At the same time, there's other ways. Maybe you have a background in data science or would like to help out with some of those success metrics. Or you have design experience and would like to help prototype a new community portal. Maybe you're a content strategist and you can help tell the world about Ubuntu in your own way. And not to forget, maybe you're a developer looking for ways to make Ubuntu your own. Either way, drop by IRC Matrix or check out our presence on Discourse and let us know what you're interested in, and we'll find the right thing to do. Thank you so much. Questions?
Me? Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So, a little bit of background. I worked at Canonical for a number of years, and I've recently crossed over to the dark side of not working for Canonical anymore. So, this question is kind of born out of the perspective that I've gained since crossing over the divide. Now, I've noticed, and I've said this to basically everybody that I've talked to this week, that there's a very big distinction in terms of the kind of knowledge that I'm able to have now that I'm not working at Canonical. Feels like there's a huge divide between basically what happens internally and what you can kind of see happening externally. I happen to know, because I worked at Canonical, that Mattermost is extremely active all of the time during the working day, but you would basically have no idea about any of that activity if you weren't in the company. IRC at the minute is essentially more or less a graveyard, right? And so, I mean, you talked about communications platforms a little bit, and I'm just interested in whether you think that your plan to kind of move to a more modern kind of matrix or something like that is going to help with where those internal discussions actually happen, or if there's going to need to be like a little bit more, maybe like a mandate or something internal to kind of push teams to maybe, you know, have those conversations in public, in the community, because it creates a big barrier. Like if I want to participate in, you know, in company initiatives as a community member, I mean, I can't do it if I don't know what those initiatives are or who's working on them or what work's up for grabs or anything like that. Last thing to say is that I know that a few community processes, I'm going to call out the release team, but this is just because that's the one that I happen to know about because I'm on that team, moved some of their processes from Discourse into the internal Jira over the last year or so. And that actually completely shuts out community contributors because that website is private, right? So, for example, I can't participate in new release opening now anymore because that checklist tracking is now completely private. So any thoughts that you have there?
Sure. Yeah, so telling you about my dream world now, I'd really love to have Matrix be the place to be for both staff and the community, since it makes it a lot easier. I've had this problem at my previous company as well, that you know, you have this internal system, you have an external system, it's hard to kind of figure out, you know, how do I get this person invited? If I wanted to create a new community initiative and I just want to loop in some person, then if I do this on Mattermost, it's easy because, hey, I can just get the person involved. If it's on IRC or some other system, oh, hey, are you on IRC? No, I don't have that set up, but I can get this set up for you. And then they join once, and then you never hear from them again there. And that really makes it even worse. So, you know, my dream world would be to basically have one system where there's more private spaces and more public spaces. Though I acknowledge also, you know, the maturity of the clients. There are some certain business needs just to kind of move things forward and not think about the technology too much. And I do feel that Mattermost, for example, is slightly more polished than the Element client. So I think we'll have to find a balance there. But I'd really, you know, that internal mandate might actually be a way to support that, or at least identify the teams that are more likely to have community interactions and at least have them have that mandate to be more public about their work. In practice, I know it sometimes seems easy, oh hey, let's just, you know, have all our conversations in the public. But of course there's always that kind of barrier to communicate on the more day-to-day basis. If you're communicating publicly, you need to be a little bit more deliberate because, oh, maybe somebody's listening here and it will be on Reddit 3 days after, even though we haven't. It was just an idea that someone had after their coffee, and it is no commitment whatsoever. So that kind of brings out that, you know, you have to manage those expectations. But I'm experimenting with different ways to, you know, have more of that public participation and make sure things don't get lost behind the internal systems.
Okay, so I noticed that you mentioned the non-developer contributions. You also mentioned an automatization of checking how active recently people are.
Mm-hmm.
The issue I've been often observing in the volunteer side of things is that, especially people who do soft jobs, so community building, design, their contributions don't necessarily show up in an automated system. Mm-hmm. So what are some of the strategies you are thinking of counting and being aware of those contributions, of these contributions on a larger scale?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So I think that, you know, the easy way, what everyone kind of thinks about first is, oh, hey, pull requests, and here's like, you know, the very hard metrics on how developers interact. But I think what's more interesting for me, and what I was kind of trying to refer to, is actually, you know, the conversations that people are having. Like, you know, if you see people back and forth on discourse, answering a lot of questions, and answering to someone else, then that information is actually a lot more valuable, and I think that's something that everyone does. If you have a design, for example, you might say, oh, hey, I created the thing, do people have feedback on this? And then a conversation starts happening. And that, I think, is much more valuable in terms of identifying community members than the actual patches. Because the patches, they're good, we need them, we need to move them, but also the conversations around that patch is something that we can measure in the same way. Oh, the review has happened, there's been some interaction, a short relationship bond between the reviewer and the developer has been created in this way. So the focus is a lot more on communication than it is on contribution in terms of measuring there.
Hi. So I'm heavily involved with community organizations, especially at the local level. We have the local portal, which is very old and crumbling.
Mm-hmm.
Are there plans to maybe remake it from scratch or something?
Yeah, this kind of plays into the community portal that was there until 2016. I heard that the only reason it's not there anymore is just there wasn't enough support to maintain it, so eventually it was shut down. What I'd like to see essentially is that, you know, that's the place to be. And then, you know, locos would be one aspect of that, like, you know, get together around a certain location. But there might also be other groups that would get together on that same platform. And that would essentially be that remake of the loco portal.
Okay, one last question before we wrap up.
Two.
Go first.
One of the things that you talked about on your slides, you touched on it a couple of times, is that one of the ways you can evaluate external contributions or analyze them is by the quality of that interaction and contribution. That seems like more of an off-the-cuff kind of thing, like you're quantifying the warm, fuzzy feeling that you get by helping out other people in that project. Are there any quantitative ways that you measure the quality of interaction between a member of the community, whether a contributor or an advocate?
Yeah, definitely. So the reason I'm collecting these types of more warm, fuzzy experiences is because that's, of course, the focus for specifically the community team. It's not enough to say, oh, hey, they have like this much warm fuzzy and therefore they're the best contributor. It's more like, okay, this is an indicator. They're ramping up. There's a trend that, you know, this person is interacting more, so maybe we should, you know, look at their contributions and see how they're interacting with the ecosystem, and then, you know, a community team member can see, oh, is this more like, oh, hey, you know, just complaining a lot, or is this more more helpful towards the goal, and then we can, you know, start building that one-to-one relationship. The other metrics around, you know, pull requests, etc., I think that will still be valuable, specifically so for each of the teams that, you know, have some sort of community contribution, to, you know, see like what types of information are we getting in, what types of pull requests, and then we can have, you know, that synergetic experience where the community team can help push people a little bit further along that orbit model, but also the specific teams know what types of support they're getting through contributors.
Yeah, hi. As you've mentioned, like Launchpad, and this was really one of the bigger struggles for community contributors to, like, everything is spread around like so many platforms, like the GNOME stuff is happening on GitLab, and the rest of the world is basically on GitHub. And I know that like vendor lock is a big problem, of course, but it's just like this currently the reality, like all the source code is mostly on GitHub, so wouldn't it be nice if like Launchpad and GitHub and stuff like this would have like a common protocol to share all those issues, and so you can, this is really like a high barrier for new contributors because it's so many platforms and it's really hard to, even if you have a big urge to
to contribute code, it's like, yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, definitely. So I would love to fix all the problems there. I think it's an interesting idea, you know, kind of like the Git but for issues, to be able to kind of decentralize that a little bit more. That would be a great startup idea. Anyone do startup things here? Perfect. Okay, so we just need to convince the GitHub folks then. Yeah. Right. Yeah. But I also think, like, you know, with all the different systems to participate, we sometimes tend to, you know, create a new system, add that to the plate because it's going to be better. Then we start migrating, and 5 years later we have 2 systems, and then we, you know, continue that path. So kind of trying to consolidate a little bit more would be helpful, or at least putting, you know, that resources and effort into the respective platforms, so that, you know, the pain points and the reasons why people are taking different platforms are not too much of a burden. Cool. Thank you very much. If you want to reach out.
Thank you, Philip. Now we're going to go for a coffee break. Our next talk is going to be starting at 11:30 in the morning. There are some refreshments outside. Feel free to roam around and be back a few minutes before 11:30. We don't have a bell, so I'll just go ding, ding, ding. Welcome back, folks. We're going to get started in just a minute. Hi again, live stream folks. Like I mentioned earlier, if you have any questions, feel free to post them in any of our channels. You can post them directly on the YouTube live chat. You can use the Telegram group. You can use IRC. You can use Matrix. Any channels you'd like. We'll be happy to take your questions and ask them as time permits. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break. We're going to continue our sessions with Matthew Commendon, a longtime Linux user. Matthew started working on Lutrius in 2009 to simplify video game management. He specializes in Python development, both for the Linux desktop and the web. And Lutrius was born out of a desire to make Linux a great platform for video games. Thanks to the efforts of the whole community, this is now a reality. Let's take a look at the tools and technologies that have helped us reach this point. Now that we have a solid base, what are the remaining challenges to address in order to keep video games and other legacy software running in the future? The floor is yours.
Thank you. So thank you for coming. So we're going to talk about video games on Linux, specifically how to keep them running in the long term. Now that we've spent a lot of time and efforts getting games to run properly on Linux, how can we make sure that we keep them running like in the foreseeable future? So first, what is Lutrius? It's a gaming platform that is exclusive for Linux, that leverages a lot of things that are quite specific to Linux. It was always meant to be fully open source and use as many open source technology as possible. A lot of people think of Lutrius as a wine launcher. It's much more than that. The target is really to launch any game, to facilitate any game on Linux, whether it's wine-based, so Windows game, or if it's native, or it can be emulated, like it can be a console game as well, or from an old computer. When I say conservation, like preservation, it's not necessarily to keep the games in their exact state that they were like when they were released. Tend to favor playability over accuracy. That means that if we can improve the games that were released a long time ago, then we will do so. Mostly thinking about open source re-implementation of some games that do improve the game, that keep them alive. That's the ideal scenario for a game, to keep it alive in like as long as we want to get it open source. Now that we have a good performance, that we have a stable way to play games, the focus has shifted from mostly tinkering with Linux to sort of get your games working, to now just focusing on preservation. Now that we have games running, we'd like to keep them that way. So where do we come from? This has been a long journey. It started about like 98. Pretty much the first, I mean, we had like much more basic games before that, but in 98, Loki started porting games to Linux, and we had like pretty cool games like Unreal Tournament, Quake 3, Rune, a bunch of like I don't know if we called them AAA games at the time, but like some high-end games, like very popular games at the time. And okay, games back then were much more simple than they are now. So it's allowed like a small team to port them. But yeah, already back then we had some pretty good ports. So the same team who did the ports, Loki, created also SDL that is still used up to this day. It's one of the big foundation of gaming on Linux. It handles all the inputs, sound, graphics. It was started by Sam Latinga at Loki, and with the help of Ryan Gordon, who also did a lot of work on SDL. Sadly, Loki went bankrupt in 2001 while they were porting Deus Ex. And after that, we had a period of like a few years where we didn't have a lot of games on Linux. So between 2001 and 2009, it wasn't such a good time for Linux. And it was also the same period where I started using Linux exclusively. So I stopped dual booting, I stopped using Windows, but I still wanted to play some games. Wine was starting to get pretty stable. We could play games like I remember having a computer that was playing Warcraft 3. I think also World of Warcraft was playable like from a very early stage. It was showing some good progress, so we could already start using Wine for gaming. At the time, we didn't have a lot of commercial games. There was Linux Game Publishing that did a few ports, and outside of that, there were very few games. Can think of Prey, like the first one from 2006, Sarusem 2, Enemy Territory Quake Wars. So that's about it for like the games released in this period. But then, in 2010, a new company appeared called Humble Bundle, and they launched what's called they called Humble Indie Bundle, which required the game to be DRM free and to have a Windows, a Mac, and a Linux version. So that helped incredibly a lot. And we started having a lot of ports, mostly from indie games, but there were a lot of the time really great indie games. So we started having more people who did the ports, a lot more ports. Sadly, maybe not AAA games, but still, we started having a lot more interest in Linux gaming. And at the same time, I started working on Lutris about like 2009, 2010. It was started like I was using some framework from like that was publicized in Ubuntu's classrooms. It was a framework started by Didier Roche called Quickly, and that was like pretty much like the basis for creating Lutris. So that was like really a big help to getting me started, because I hadn't done like really GUI programming. Like I didn't know anything about GTK, or I knew just only web development, and that's it. And then in 2012, like we had the really big change when Valve started being interested in Linux, and they started releasing a Linux client for Steam. That's also introduced a lot of companies, a lot of publishers that started being interested in Linux. We have like Square Enix that ported a few ports, a few games. There were Warner as well. I mean, some big publishers started being interested, and also the companies that were doing Mac ports, like Feral, Aspire, and all those companies were also pushing their games on Linux as well. At the same time, Valve also released SteamOS, the Steam machines that really didn't work out, but that were the foundation for what would happen later on. So even though like the Steam machines didn't catch on, this was still the start of something big. The performance wasn't really here back then. You had like games supported by Furrow or Asper that didn't have the same level of performance than their Windows counterparts. So that may have explained like the low interest in the Steam machines. And then what I think is the most important thing that happened in Linux gaming, 2016, Vulkan was released. And in my opinion, that was the key points that changed everything. With Vulkan, we had DXVK that appeared like shortly after. So I like to think of Vulkan as a graphics API that is used to write other graphics APIs. So you can use it in your game engine like Unity or Unreal. You can use it to write DirectX, whether DirectX 11, 12, 9. You can write OpenGL, like we are going to have like Zinc being released like soon. I mean, it's doing some really great progress. So yeah, it can be used to translate a graphics API into something more modern that will run on a modern hardware. And with that, Valve also created Proton. Like they put together Wine, DXVK, a bunch of other technologies, and they created like Steam Play that would allow you to run any Windows games on Linux. So there were only like a few games that were like validated from Valve, but you could also choose to run any game from Steam and see how it would go. Basically, it was the same technology that we were using with Lutris, but the only difference is Lutris ships Wine and DXVK and other components separately, whereas Proton is its own whole package. So what about now? In Lutris, we've made a lot of progress since like 2009. We now support all the game consoles until 6th gen. That is, if you're running the current development branch, because I've added an Xbox emulator just a few days ago. So with the Xbox emulator, that means we have support for all consoles up until like the 6th gen. When the Xenia emulator is ready, then we'll also have Xbox 360, which will mean that we'll have 7th gen complete. And 8th gen is also partly supported. We have like Switch, Wii U. Yeah, and it's at this point it's only PS4, Xbox One, Xbox Series X that we don't support. And those games, like those platforms, they have very few exclusives. So you'll likely get your games like on the PC as well. Wine has improved a lot, especially since Valve has put a lot of resources into Wine. They have collaborated with Codeweavers the past few years, and that means that Wine has got really good for gaming purposes. So things that I wanted to have like for a long time, like proper support for X input, for example, that started appearing when Valve put a lot of resources. That was not something that we could do on our side. I mean, I don't have the knowledge to write Wine patches. We ship patched versions of Wine, but that's most like we gather like all the patches that we can find pretty much anywhere from any source. We test them, we see if they work. If they do work, we put them into one of our Wine release, and then we ship them. So that means that we have a wine build that is a bit more compatible with games that either vanilla wine or wine staging. So now everything is starting to be Vulkan based. So DirectX 11 is Vulkan, DirectX 12 is Vulkan. A lot of emulators are starting to have a Vulkan backend as well, like CMU, like the Switch emulators, or like a PS3 emulator, they all run Vulkan. So that's, as I said, this has been like the crucial points in Linux gaming, because OpenGL was starting to show its limitations. Like the last game that was really using OpenGL was Doom 2016. It was pretty good, but it was really showing its limits. And now Vulkan has permitted a lot of good progress. We also have support for most of the latest stuff like RTX, DLSS. We also have support for anti-cheats, like for the game publishers that do want to enable it. Some publishers sadly don't want, like for example, Bungie with Destiny 2 or Epic Games with Fortnite. They said, oh, we don't want to support Linux, so that's too bad. But other than that, we can have EAC, BattleEye, and all those stuff. So that means that we have very few limits running games on Linux. And like the best thing that happened lately is, of course, the Steam Deck. It's kind of all of those good things that happen put together in a very small package, in a handheld, and you can just carry around a tiny Linux computer that can pretty much play any game you can throw at it. So that's like was a huge accomplishment for everyone who was involved in Linux gaming. So we do try to preserve as many games as possible with Lutris, but we can't preserve everything. Especially now that we are like seeing some kind of transition with like multiplayer games. A lot of games don't see themselves as really video games, but now as live services. We don't have the control over the backend of those games. So once the backend, like the server goes offline, then your game is gone. We don't have like, unless someone like reverse engineers like the server, which is very hard, then we can't preserve that, sadly. Kernel level anti-cheats, so not EAC and BattleEye that have like some kind of Linux support, but more thinking about the ones that have that you can see in Valorant or Call of Duty that have also the same principles applied at EAC or BattleEye, but do not have Linux compatibility. Those, the way they're built, it's unlikely that we'll ever get support like on Linux for them. Mobile games, I haven't found a good solution to run them on Linux. I'm not even talking about iOS because I don't think that will be ever possible. But Android, I mean, there should be some Android emulators, but I haven't found them performant enough to run games. Maybe there's something that I haven't seen yet. There are some Windows programs. I think BlueStacks is one of them, but since I don't really run Windows, I haven't tried it. And also, mobile games have a lot of problems with the same problem as with live services. So you have a lot of microtransactions. A lot of it is based on the backend, on the server side. So once that's over, your games are gone. And strangely enough, maybe Linux games, native Linux games, can't really be preserved, or it's getting really hard. So let's see what's that all about. So the way we can run games on Linux is there's different paths we can go. So Wine is like the big one. Wine is used to run most PC games. We also use Lutris runtime that is basically like the same thing as the old Steam runtime, which is basically a collection of .so files that we've taken from Ubuntu 18. We will have to update that at some point, but basically it's a big collection of libraries that we throw in a folder, and then we do a hack with LD library paths, and it offers like a lot more supports. But it can cause issues. It's not always compatible with all distros, so it has a tendency to break. Like for example with glibc. Steam has started using container-based isolate games into containers to run them. I've also experimented with Docker to run like very old games that had some level of success, but it was not like a full success. Like the GPU, I couldn't pass the GPU to Docker the way I wanted to, so that's still not a sure way to preserve games. Then you have emulation, which is a really accurate way to run old games, but also really expensive. And the last and ideal way to get your games running and preserved for the long time is to have them either open sourced or reverse engineered. So we have games like all the Quake games, for example, like the Quake 1, 2, 3, all the Doom games, like you have like for example, Doom that had been like converted to an engine like GZ Doom that can run all the games that are based on the Doom engine. So that's not only a good way to preserve the games, but also a good way to improve on them. And now we see like a whole bunch of new games that are released on the GZ Doom engine that are just brand new stuff that works pretty great. So now that we have all those games running on Linux, there are some challenges in the near future that we can expect. Ubuntu tried to do it like a few years ago, was to remove 32 bits. That caused a lot of uproar from myself included, but from the whole like Linux gamers community that didn't want to have their 32-bit games like removed from the system. So we still need to have some kind of good way to run 32-bit applications on 64-bit only systems. We can also imagine that we'll have some transition to ARM, or maybe that will be RISC-V in the near future. So we also need some kind of transition layer to run games like that were mostly made for x86. In the case of emulators, that's already solved. We have most emulators already compiled for ARM, but like for x86 games, it's still a big issue. And we're also seeing operating systems that are read-only, and maybe that's going to be a challenge in the near future. They're not as flexible. I mean, we're seeing like the first example really is SteamOS that is on the Steam Deck. You're really like confined in a restricted environment. So with that system, we had to work on the Lutris Flatpak, and it's still not as compatible as the native Lutris. So there's still a few things that don't work on the Flatpak. So that's also a challenge to address. So regarding ARM specifically, so we were talking about ARM just a little bit a while ago. So there are a few some solutions to run not only for ARM, but to run x86 applications on any platform. So you have PCEM, that is a full-blown PC emulator. It's very heavy, it's very resource intensive. You need like a really powerful computer to run like a Pentium 2 level PC. So you can play your Windows 98 games on a 3D FX, but you need a really beefy machine for that. So maybe it's still not like a viable solution for recent stuff. I've also experimented with Box 86 on a Raspberry Pi, which shows some pretty good signs, like some pretty good performance, given like how tiny Raspberry Pi is. Managed to run Half-Life on it, but still, it's still not here for running like the latest games, especially considering like we don't have like an ARM with really powerful graphics like Radeon or RTX from NVIDIA. If we go away like from the Linux world and we see what's happening on the Mac world, Rosetta has shown like some really good signs of what could be done on a ARM-based platform and run x86 games. So there was some pretty good performance on that side. So we can imagine if we have some kind of similar open source initiative that we could have some pretty good results. So a newcomer in this field is FaxEmu, and I've seen some demos of FaxEmu. It seemed to be like the most promising emulator for now. I've seen some pretty recent games that were running pretty well. So yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. So yeah, now that we've had like all these efforts, we now have a complete environment for running games. So I don't know if any of you have done that, but last year I've switched one of my PCs to be game only. I've put my most powerful GPU in it, and it's basically become a game console. So that was a bit before like the Steam Deck was released, and I find it great, and I want to keep that going. So yeah, let's find solutions to make sure that not only Linux is like a good gaming platform currently, but let's keep it that way, like for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. We don't have any time for questions at the moment, but if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Matthew. We're going to take a few minutes. We're going to be back at the top of the hour. We're going to set up for our next speaker.
There's also another gaming sessions that are going to be.
There's another session. Go ahead.
There's another gaming session. Oh, there's a gaming session that's going to happen like in room 2, I think. So yeah, if you want to ask questions, you can
come by
here. Yeah.
Awesome. While we get set up for the next speaker, just an announcement that there has been a schedule change, and at 2 we are going to have a key signing party. So if you'd like to join, please check the details within the summit page. We'll be back in a few minutes, should be 2 or 3 minutes, just enough time to get us set up for the next speaker. I'm muted. There you go. Okay, so now we have Alfred Neumeyer, who is going to be talking to us about UB ports. After years of development under the guidance of the community, we're thrilled to see the fruits of our labor come to fruition. From a maturing platform to apps that showcase the possibilities of the touch-first, converging platform that we like. Apps for accessing your music, connecting with your friends and family, and working on software projects and VMs. We have tools to accomplish the goals from the platform to the apps, all powered by a strong community. And your help will be appreciated as well. We would like to welcome you to the continuing journey of a free and open OS for phones and tablets. So, floor's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. So, I wanted to start out with this little analogy here with, where it is? With this one specifically. I'm going to jump back to the agenda real quick, but does anyone in here remember the code names of the BQ devices that shipped with Ubuntu Touch pre-installed? Does anyone remember them? Perfect. They were themed after characters from Dragon Ball. So we have Goku in the middle, who is the father of Gohan on the right, and Piccolo has to take care of Gohan for some time during Goku being in the afterlife. And Goku comes back and he sees how strong Gohan has become. He's becoming majestic almost. So I wanted to say this as a little analogy here. I do think we have taken over something that was strong already or had a lot of potential, has become a success in the community, and we are going to take it further. That's the goal. That's the goal. So, overview. I'm going to show you a little overview about the state of the platform and the ways that we have improved it. I'm going to talk a little bit about porting and the way that you can get Ubuntu Touch on your phones or tablets yourself, should they not be supported. App development, and also if you are interested in working and helping us improve this thing, platform development too, because we have a handful of tools that you can use to help us. Actually, I found out this rhymes with shoes. So, yeah, state of the platform. We started with 15.04, right? When we took it over. We slowly migrated it over to 16.04. Now we're in the process of bringing it to focal, meaning that we have to do a little bit of extra work, making sure that the upstart dependencies that were in Ubuntu Touch from the start, that those are slowly migrated over to ways that are more similar to a systemd or more familiar to a systemd environment. And actually, thanks to Luca for helping us from Postmarketer specifically, because he has done an amazing job at making sure that the applications run, for example, on systemd, right? On systemd-based systems. And the next goal would be to make sure that the platform can be easily transitioned over to the next versions as soon as they are released, rebasing quickly. We go through a lot of pain right now, redesigning a few things, but most of the things that you are familiar with, as some people in the audience might have worked on a project or have used it or ported something themselves. I'm going to show you a little, a different slide later on. So, hardware partners. We gained, actually, a handful of new hardware partners. So Voila, Pine64, and Shift have all either released something with Ubuntu Touch pre-installed or plan to do so. And as a very important partner as well, that is Fairphone, that is also part of the plan. They really would like to ensure that Ubuntu Touch works very nicely on their Fairphone 4, which is a beast of a hardware, and it actually supports video out. So you can get into the conversion setup that we all dreamed of years ago with the phone only, right? So, and we've also upgraded some middleware pieces. So, for example, the Qt upgrade, this took some time. Thanks to Rodney for that. We also added a few different backends to support newer sensors and including NFC. and make sure that we could reuse as many components from Sailfish OS as possible so that we don't have the burden of maintaining this thing ourselves completely. So the goals. What are the goals? We still want to provide what this project started out with, right? With the idea that this is an operating system for average Joe users that just works, right? So we still want to provide that. We do this on a technical level. We do this with the focus on the user experience. Of course, the idea that the operating system works on both phones, tablets, and desktop, and the idea that we have bulletproof updates of both the OS and the applications, which is not so, I'm going to come to traditional Linux just in a second, but this all ties in with the security that we want to provide for our users. And I'm specifically mentioning security rather than privacy right now, compared to my colleagues, right? Because in my mind, in the mind of many people, actually, the privacy aspect is directly, a side effect of the security story that we have. So just because we want to focus on privacy doesn't necessarily mean we provide good privacy. We have to prove it, right? And we do that by only allowing promoted devices that actually support AppArmor very well, that work with the security frameworks that are in place, that have been put in place for years now. It's sort of like, it's a stupid analogy maybe, but it is sort of like the superhero Hancock saving a child on his way to the next liquor store. And in that sense, we just happen to do it right. So we don't necessarily focus on privacy in all areas, but we do provide privacy by default. We just happen to do it, right? So it's not the end goal. It is a very important goal, but it's just that. Again, thanks to Rodney for allowing me to use this little quote of his. Ubuntu Touch is not a traditional PC Linux distribution, and phones aren't traditional PCs. There are many people coming over to Ubuntu Touch expecting to be able to use apt, Docker, use their phones for tasks that are not specifically tied to a phone use case. And for those people, we can't help them and we can't provide what they want. For those types of use cases, Droidian or Postmarket OS might be a better fit because Ubuntu Touch is more geared towards the goal of, or the idea of having a phone that just works, and apt by itself doesn't provide what Ubuntu Touch wants to do here. So, also another very key thing about Ubuntu Touch, it always answered the question, what is the OS and what is an app? Because the applications are small. It's like 500 kilobytes for a click package that you download off the open store, or the old store that Canonical had set up. We have a read-only file system and separation of user data. So we do selectively make paths writable that are in /etc, in /varlib something, and /opt. Those types of things, they usually they would be affected by the read-only system, but in this case, they just become writable by moving those things over to the user data partition of the phone, which is read-writable. So, apps might ship their own dependencies just as much as Docker or Snaps do. They don't necessarily, they are not totally encouraged to do so, but if that's the only way to do it, go ahead and do it. And actually, I'm going to mention a little project right now, and that is, because of this, I managed to ship a QEMU instance inside of a click package for a virtual machine manager on Ubuntu Touch. Yes, we do have a virtual machine manager on Ubuntu Touch. Doesn't make a lot of sense on a phone. This is the most ridiculous idea I came up with, but it does work very well in a convergent tablet setup using KVM. So you can actually virtualize this thing, run OpenGL hardware accelerated virtual machines on your Ubuntu Touch tablets. If anyone is interested in seeing that themselves, I have a tablet with me. I just need to recharge it, and you can play around with it for a short while. All right, so app lifecycle, power reduction. This is very important because we suspend the applications while they're not in use in the background. Libertine containers provide what kind of desktop-like functionality you expect from apt, because it basically is just a root or a container, depending on the setup, that allows you to use apt. And for those that think they want to switch over, which we would totally welcome, but they are necessarily bound to a few Android applications, you can also use Waydroid as a solution to bring your WhatsApp and your Maps applications that you're used to over to your Ubuntu Touch phone. Waydroid is actually, and because of the gaming talk earlier, Waydroid is performant enough to run Goat Simulator on the phone, right? So it is highly performant. It does hardware acceleration. It works perfectly. So boarding. Assuming you got a little bit interested in getting in touch with Ubuntu Touch, you can actually port the phone should it not be already supported by the installer that we provide. So we do have the UbiPorts installer. You select your phone or tablet. You install the image onto it. Sometimes you have to follow some preparatory steps to make it 100% work. But in case this is not true, then you can go ahead and port it yourself. Now, how does this look like? What does it look like? We have two solutions here. First of all, for Halium-based devices, which are basically Android devices that ship with Android pre-installed, we have the Android vendor kernel and the services that make use of the hardware, that allow the use of the hardware in a LXC container. And we do support versions from 7.1 to 11 at the moment. There are still some remaining pieces of the 5.1 era around, and the 4.4 era, but we can't support everything under the sun in that sense. So this is the way to go. You get a phone or tablet that is 7.1 Android or Android 11 based. Something in between that counts as well. And you can make sure that Ubuntu Touch and similar distributions work perfectly on it. The second approach would be a mainline-based device, and we only have a handful of examples with mainlining right now in the phone space, in the Linux phone space. The most prominent one is the PinePhone, probably, I would guess. The PinePhone we do have support for. Sadly, because of life going on and people having to spend their time on other things, the PinePhone image right now is not in the best shape. So if you own one and you want to help us out with something and you really enjoy the idea of having a mainline phone with Ubuntu Touch running, please go ahead and get in touch with us. I'm more than happy to guide you through the steps on how to join us. And also for the PinePhone, there are some additional patches necessary simply because of the hardware enablement, also because of the fact that we use AppArmor, which is not necessarily default in the upstream mainline Linux kernel, but it's there and it works pretty well. It still needs a few tweaks for the old user land that we're still running, but we plan to improve that over time. So this is what the Halium side looks like. So we have a little libhybris thing. Now, what is libhybris? It is basically, and this has been started by Carsten Munk, which is the Android runtime library loader, for lack of a better word, built on the glibc side, which allows you to load libraries that are built for Bionic on Android. So you can actually load libraries that are built for Android only and load them into the glibc-based process. We have the Truth or the LXC container running in the background. Some services do still require the compatibility layer, and this is the graphic that many people might still be afraid of and still haunts them to this day in their sleep. Does so for me as well, at least. Because we are certainly changing up a few things in this little graphic here. For example, the platform API, this yellow thing at the right side. The platform API is going to go away slowly. I'm not sure if that's the plan for 2004, but certainly it is for 2204 at least. But as you see, there are certain components that need to talk to each other, and the OMX, the camera, the radio interface on the Android side can be accessed through libhybris and through the libhybris compatibility layers that we have. And I'm saying we as if we invented it. No, of course not, but it's like we all share the idea of Ubuntu, working on Ubuntu Touch in some sense here. As you see, it's Ubuntu 14.04 at the bottom, and the idea still hasn't changed much, but what is going to change is the removal of the platform API. And Qt Ubuntu probably also, because we are slowly migrating over to a Wayland-only system, where the main protocol to support is Wayland. We still have, with the 20.04 effort, we do a little split here. We run with Mir 1.8 currently, including some custom patches that we put on top for the phone use case. And we do a split between Mir client for the old legacy devices and legacy applications, and Wayland support for those applications that don't necessarily need deep integration into the operating system. So trust prompts, for example, they only work with Mir client at the moment. We would like to see patches pop up, and we would like to get in touch to fix this situation ASAP, but it's not there yet. And app development. So assuming you have your pretty Ubuntu Touch phone running perfectly fine, highly performant, and now you want to write some applications for it. How do you go about that situation? So mainly we use Qt and C++ for the applications. That's the main thing we support. That hasn't changed. But there are also, with the clickable tool, that allows you to create projects. It also has templates for Rust, Go, Python possibly, and other languages might fit in there as well, assuming someone does propose templates for them. We can also make use of SDL2 with a few additional patches, as well as GTK3, again, with a few additional patches. And they're not in the archive, in the uports archive, but you need to vendor them into your click package right at this moment. If you don't want to package, I mean, what would be the ideal situation to showcase this? And that is actually my empty tablet running Visual Studio Codium, VS Codium, either on the Wayland only side or on the Mir client only side, because this Electron app also uses GTK for some dialogues, right? So Halium 7.1 is Mir client only. Everything below that is Mir client only. But everything above that supports Wayland, and we really want to take advantage of that. So what do we do in app development specifically? Why is app development so specific to Ubuntu Touch in a deep sense? How does it differentiate itself from the desktop? Well, there are boundaries. Everything runs in a sandbox, similar to the Snap use case, but also similar to other contemporary operating systems for mobile phones and tablets. This leads us to preserve battery life very easily. It makes things more manageable because we don't let the Wild West situation go out of hand. You can manage your phone to a certain degree, even though you shouldn't have to, but it is very power efficient by default. That's the goal, right? Some phones don't necessarily live up to that expectation, but it's based on it's a lot of components working together. The port, the applications, the platform, they all need to work pretty well together. So this is the reason why I actually wanted to showcase how every layer works and how to get started, because it is very rewarding just seeing your own phone with your own port, with your own applications running on top, and it all just working, right? It's a very fulfilling experience. Everything outside of the boundaries that we set up, or that Ubuntu Touch as a whole has set up, is considerably insecure, to the point where they need to be open source to be released on the open store. They need to be manually reviewed, and they also need to make sure that they're buildable by the reviewing team in the open store group. So those who are Those are responsible for releasing those unconfined applications. They need to be able to build it themselves first. If they don't, they won't pass, right? So in case you want to write an application that is not possible yet, please submit patches to the OS. For example, there is one idea that popped up for USB access, for access from applications to USB devices, in case you want to connect some health monitoring system to a tablet or whatever. How would you do that in a secure manner? And that implies showing up a pop-up again, the trust prompt. Would the user actually allow this application XYZ to access USB? And yeah, that's one way to go about things. Please send us patches if you feel your application can't be released on Ubuntu Touch. And we certainly would like to see the platform itself growing capabilities as well, so that we can make use of it as well. And platform development. So, keeping it short, we have two tools that you can use to help us build the platform. There's first of all Cross Builder. It uses LXD containers, so it works for both focal, and it does change a few things in the Debian packaging just a tiny little bit, so that it can work with cross-building situations should the package at hand not natively support that. If it breaks, it doesn't work, well, we can't do much about it. For that, we have the Platform Development Kit. And that is specifically because I, myself, got a Mac with an M1 chip, solely for the purpose of building ARM packages more quickly, and even those that can't be cross-compiled, right? So there is a VM that you can build and test your stuff with, the packages with. There are even some simple UBports clone and UBports build commands that take the burden off of you of having to know too deep information about, or too deep knowledge around Debian packaging. So the Debian packaging most of the time is already provided by us. You just pull it, you do your changes, and you can build it without knowing too much about it. It would be certainly helpful to know a little bit about Debian packaging in the long run, right? And it works only with focal and probably with things going forward, right? So, assuming you're interested, just a handful of little components that we're basing our stuff on, that we continue using. That is, for example, for the display and for the application buffer passing support, that is Mir. Mir is a display server library compatible to Wayland, if you still don't know. And it used to be Mir client. We do the split. We do both. Mir Android platform allows to drive the graphics using Android drivers, and they can be customized using configurations that we put in overlay files that you can just ship with the phone as a porter, right? Qt Mir integrates the whole thing into QML scene graph, so that it renders perfectly fine, so that whatever Mir gives us as a surface is just shown on the screen. And it provides the QML APIs to have Lumiri, which is Unity 8, reborn, right? Or just renamed. It's written in QML and C++. And just think of QML as being this language that you can use to instantiate C++ objects with. And then you just connect them via signals and slots, and that's it. There's no need for JavaScript at all, but you can make use of it. Media Hub allows to suspend media applications like the music player, and runs media in the background. It's been partially rewritten in Qt, or fully rewritten in Qt by now. And same for Qt, Ubuntu Camera, and RepowerD. Those are very important platform packages as well. RepowerD does power management, auto-suspend, and manages a similar concept to Android's wake locks. So that the phone does not suspend while it's supposed to synchronize all the contacts in the background, for example, so that it doesn't just stop abruptly. Qt Ubuntu Camera integrates the Android camera stack into Qt so that you can record video, take pictures. We have a zero-copy viewfinder because it's just passing on OpenGL textures. But we also do have readouts. We are going to have readouts of the viewfinder for QR codes soon, and the goal is to integrate a QR code reader either in the camera application or ship it next to the camera application in the long run, to make it highly performant and not be too slow for the older phones. And the last one, Trust Store, interactive permission system used for microphone camera location. You have to press OK for it to be supported, for it to be allowed for the application. And should you be interested in web applications or having a great browser support on Ubuntu Touch, Qt Web Engine is the one that we are currently using. And we're slowly regaining feature parity with Ox sites that used to ship back in the day. The only missing piece is hardware-supported video decoding, but that's about it. So thank you for listening to the talk. And if you have any questions, I'm available outside. So yeah.
Perfect. Great timing. Thank you so much, Alfred. We're going to take 4 minutes. We're going to be back at 12:30 to set up, to have time to set up for our next speaker. So if you want to grab coffee, take a bio break, it's the time. And like I mentioned, we'll be back at 12:30. Paging Michael, our next speaker, Michael. Michael, coming up. You're going to play The Price is Right. No? We're starting again shortly. Finishing some setup. Two. We are experiencing technical difficulties. We'll be right back. In the meantime, please enjoy our fine selection of online coffee. Clean up on aisle 2.
sign of a true professional. Taller? Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah. What happened? It's in the wrong order now.
Thank you for your patience. We appreciate your business. We'll be with you shortly.
But I will in about 10 seconds. That's okay. I didn't mean literally 10 seconds.
Thank you for holding. An agent will be with you shortly.
We're good. I got it. Have faith. No. But yeah, almost. Yeah, okay.
Awesome. Thanks everyone for your patience. We're going to get started real quick. We have Michael Tunnell here. Michael Tunnell is a Linux enthusiast for over 20 years and is a co-founder of the Tux Digital Network, where he hosts Destination Linux podcast, Hardware Addicts podcast, and This Week in Linux News show. During this talk, if you want to gain more users and grow your project, we're going to learn a little bit more about marketing. You'll learn tips and tricks for creating a marketing strategy. Every open source project can benefit from having a marketing strategy, but if you fail to market, then you're marketing to fail. Go ahead, Michael.
In mine. Part of what you just said is what I'm going to say in a second. All right. All right. Is it on? Okay, cool. So welcome, everyone. In this talk, as you heard, you'll learn tips and tricks for creating marketing strategy for your project. My name is Michael Tunnell. I'm the founder of Tux Digital Network. I've been doing marketing in one way or another for many, many years now. So I felt like this would be a good opportunity to share some of my knowledge with everyone. But before we get started, for those unfamiliar with Tux Digital, it's a media network that has the goal of creating a network of content and also a community to promote Linux and open source. So we create podcasts, videos, and much more. We have many shows on the network. We have stuff like Hardware Addicts, Linux Out Loud, the Pseudo Show, and of course, Destination Linux, which I am on. Now, that's lesson number 1. Shameless plugs are great. You can do them anytime, and they're effective. So lesson number 2 is you can always be marketing. Depending on what you're doing, you can take the opportunity to do it in various different ways. Whether you're talking to someone at a conference, in a web chat, or wearing a t-shirt promoting the podcast that you host. What a coincidence. I happen to be doing that. So if you want to stay up to date with what's going on in the Linux world, be sure to check out This Week in Linux. your weekly source for Linux GNUs. Okay, enough plugs though. And I agree that this is going to be a topic that some people are going to find a little bit difficult to do, and that's fair because it is kind of difficult to do marketing. It's not necessarily hard to do, but there's going to be a lot to do, so just bear with me. And every open source project can benefit from having a marketing strategy, but not having one is actually kind of worse because there are so many opportunities that would be missed. And as you heard, if you fail to market, then you are marketing to fail. And marketing is more than just about promoting something. It's about how you do it. You can have the best marketing strategy as possible, and you can have all sorts of great stuff, but at the same time, if you execute it poorly, then it's just going to have very low effectiveness, or maybe none at all. So I'm going to give you some tips and tricks for improving your marketing efforts, and I'm going to give you examples of how these can help you. Now, let's address the elephant in the room first. As a marketer, I'll admit that marketing can be wielded both as like a source for good and so incredibly annoying that you want to drop kick your keyboard or your laptop out of a window, and that seems like a logical course of action at the time. So, fair enough. But this talk is going to help you be part of the first group. So marketing and advertising are also different things. Advertising is like a general concept of promoting anything in any context. So marketing is advertising with a purpose and a strategy. For example, Canonical decided to create this Ubuntu Summit and invited all of us to come here as well as streaming it to everyone else who couldn't make it. And I'm not saying that they were doing it for marketing purposes, but did I install Ubuntu or an Ubuntu flavor before I came here? Yes, I did. So there's some effectiveness there too. And marketing properly, like I said, is difficult. I'm not going to pretend it isn't a lot of work, but there is something that I want to clarify, and that is it's one of the most important things any project or company or developer or whatever can do to implement growth in their project. To put it another way, you can have the best software, the best product, the best service, whatever, but if no one knows it exists, then no one's going to use it. So marketing isn't simply promoting things, it's to help inform your target audience there's something to know about. So let's talk about the various methods, and there's a lot of different, I didn't keep up with that, did I? So there's a lot of different methods, and it would be impossible to cover them in 20 minutes. And it would be actually impossible to cover them in 5 hours, so I'm not even going to bother with that. But I'm sure there are some methods you're probably expecting me to cover, such as search engine marketing and social media. And that is something you should check out. You know, these are typical methods that are important, but we're not going to cover that in this talk, except for social media. I do want to briefly address that. If your project or company is not on social media, change that right after the talk. It's important. Now, which platform you use is very complicated and also incredibly easy to answer. Because it's complicated because the best platform depends on what you are marketing, and it's incredibly easy to answer because the answer is all of them. So there you go. Now, I know this sounds like a lot of work, and you're right, it is. So you can't do nothing about that. There's a lot of stuff to do. But there's going to be some things we're going to talk about specific to open source projects. And the first things we're going to talk about are blogs, press releases, and newsletters. So these are things that most projects already do or have done in the past, but there's a lot of nuance to it. For example, having a newsletter for the sake of having a newsletter, well, that's not great. You want to have some incentive for people to subscribe and keep subscribing. So that newsletter needs to do something of value. It can't be just announcements for your blog post. And if it is, then it's just duplicating the same effort. And if it's blog post, they could just go to the RSS feed and get the same thing. So for a newsletter, you can offer like behind the scenes stuff or info faster than your release cadence or whatever. It really doesn't matter as long as it's something special for that subscription. But blog posts are tricky because there's no wrong way or right way to make a blog post. They can be short, long, technical, casual, whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. You simply just need to do them and do them consistently. And it doesn't need to be like all the time. Maybe once a month, but something consistent. People know to expect it. Now, a great example of this is Nathan Graham of KDE, who creates the This Week in Linux. What? No, he doesn't. Creates the This Week in KDE blog post. There's a lot of technical stuff in there, but he keeps up to date with what's going on in the KDE community and tells you specifically with commits and everything, so it's really nice. And the GNOME project also do something similar with the This Week in GNOME. Did they take that name from my show? No, they didn't, because I took it from somebody else. Anyway. So now let's talk about press releases and release announcements. This is kind of a funny topic for me, because practically every project does these, and most of them do it wrong, or at least in a way that is kind of defeating the point. So for example, I couldn't even begin to guess the amount of press releases that I've seen for a new product or a new feature for a software that didn't tell me exactly what that feature was, show a screenshot, a video, or anything, and then expect everybody to just load it up themselves to see it for themselves. You're basically setting up that particular post to fail. If you don't give them what to know what is happening, then they're not going to know. It also reminds me of like GitHub projects where they don't have anything like a screenshot or whatever, or even a README sometimes. Like, okay, what? It just defeats the point. But, you know, back to the point of the press releases, they're great, but they need to be treated as something incredibly important. Most of the time, they're just kind of, you know, done because they're expected to be done. But they should be one of the most important things you do, because, you know, I'll give you some behind-the-scenes stuff of how I do This Week in Linux. If a project doesn't bother to show me what is done in this latest release or a demo of it, then I'm probably not going to bother even including it, because then I have to do extra work that they should have already done. And if someone provides a video in it, then it makes it 1,000% more likely that I'm going to include it, because then I have a nice fancy video to show. So think about that on your next update. Now, one form of marketing that open source projects tend to not put much emphasis on at all is their website. And this could be a variety of different things, but this is a very beneficial thing for your website, and also a very detrimental thing if you don't do it right. So, you know, let's say, for example, someone has a basic website that's just plain text, or it has the cliche of the black background and the green text. Don't do that. Have something that looks good, and people will appreciate it, because first impressions are important. And being on time and ready to go with your presentation is also important as a first presentation. Anyway, so now, there's also other things you can do on your website. Like, for example, ask your users to create testimonials. And a lot of people think that this is kind of like curated information, but it is something that is effective, so I would highly suggest doing it. But probably the most important is to make it look good, because if you have a website that doesn't keep track with your slides, right, for example. Anyway, then you're going to have an issue of people leaving before they even give it a chance. And that's the main key about first impressions. If you don't give it a chance, you're basically telling your audience that they shouldn't either. So that's just the biggest thing. You should look at it as more of like a business card for your project, because that's how people look at it as well. Now, the next thing about your website I want to talk about, if the slides would work. They're not going to. That's fine. Yeah, but I'm not really sure where it is. Hey, there you go. Good documentation. Now, you might be thinking, why is documentation a part of marketing? Well, it can be, and it also shows your users that you put in the care and effort to have it. not just some random churn and burn script that you put together on a random Saturday afternoon during a commercial break of your soccer match or football match. Do football matches have commercials? I don't know. Anyway, they do? Okay, cool. So, okay, right, documentation. Why is documentation important? I want to give you an example of a solid form of marketing with documentation. And this is an interactive part. How many of you have used the Arch Wiki to fix something in your distro that is not Arch? That's a lot of people, right? Okay, so at least 70% in here and did that. So there you go. Now let's talk about media marketing, because you now know that good documentation can go a long way. But media marketing is something that is not done often, and this one's going to be a little bit long, but let's talk about the YouTube video stuff and the podcasting. First up, YouTube videos. Every open source project should have a YouTube channel. Even if this is only to store the demonstrations that you put in your press release that I can then use. Just, reminder. Or if you want to make your YouTube channel even more useful, you can combine that with your good documentation and make video tutorials that will be even more helpful to your users and will make you look even better in terms of marketing and growth to your project. So if you want to go above and beyond, then that's how you do it. Do videos and documentation. So let's talk about podcasts. Podcasts are wonderful. They're a great way to market your project. And I don't mean creating your own podcast, because that's a lot of work to do. And if you're already doing a project, you don't really likely have time to do a podcast too. What I mean is to contact existing podcasts and try to do an interview with them. Now, of course, for example, you could be going on Destination Linux. We've had many people on for interviews, and we get reviews highlighting our interviews as saying that's one of the reasons why people listen. So the interesting thing about that is that you can get on these podcasts and get effectively free advertising to, depending on how large the podcast is, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. It's just it's an opportunity that a lot of people don't take advantage of. And also, we kind of seldomly get asked to have people on our show for interviews. We usually have to do the asking. I'm not complaining about that, though. I'm not trying to say like a help me, help you sort of thing. It's more of like, I guess I did kind of do that, though. But what I'm saying is that there is an ample opportunity to get on podcast and promote your project, because waiting on me or Ryan or Jill to ask you might take a while, because sometimes I just get distracted from something. Oh, right. So the other reason is that maybe I don't even know about the project and I wouldn't be able to ask in the first place. So in those cases, if you can basically jump the queue and just send an email and not even wait, if you're waiting for people to contact you, you might be waiting a long time. And it's just a much better option to contact the podcast. And when I say podcast, I'm not saying just my podcast. I see my buddy from Linux Lads podcast in the crowd. There you go. And so that reminds me to say that the other Linux podcasts out there, while they may be competition to me and to each other, they're not at all competition to you, and you should contact all of them and do an interview with all of them, because the more you're out there, the better, and the better likelihood that will help you grow. So, but of course, I will say that the tuxdigital.com podcast has the best podcast, and I'm not biased, by the way. This is 100% fact from scientific studies that I just made up. So do with that what you will. But to pivot from there, something you can also do is contact YouTubers in a similar sense of the podcasting stuff. And that's called influencer marketing. Sorry. I had a cringe effect from that term. So let's just move past that. But you can do the same thing with YouTubers. And I don't mean just contact the biggest YouTuber you can find and ask them to talk about your stuff or do a review of your project or whatever. That is an option. You can do that. But there are other ways as well. For example, you can contact smaller channels and offer them something or ask them to do a review, and they might be even more likely to do it because they appreciate you took the time to contact them even though they're a smaller channel. For example, Ryan from Destination Linux, the co-host with me, he was sent a lifetime Plex Pass when he had very few views, and they just did it because they wanted him to cover it. And that is something he's mentioned in podcasts many times, and I'm mentioning it now. So it was effective just to do something like that. And the last thing I want to talk about, and is far from the least, it's arguably the best form of marketing ever made. I'm talking about in-person networking. All the banner ads in the cyberverse, if that's a thing, can never really replace just having a face-to-face conversation with someone. So conferences like this one are enormously valuable to attend in a variety of different ways. But even like just the random conversations in the hallways is worth it. So these kinds of things are very, very important. And the bonus tip is analytics. So technically this is not marketing, but I know a lot of people aren't really happy about analytics, but it is very, very useful to have. If you can track which types of marketing tactics are working, you can then lean into those marketing things. And that's basically in terms of like how marketers work. We have the techniques and the methods, and then that's 50% of what we do, and then there's analytics, and that's the other 50%. Because we always are making our decisions based on the reactions we're getting. So depending on how you want to do the analytics, or if you even do or not, that's up to you. But I do think you should, because there's a saying in marketing, it also, I guess it applies to life too. To know where you're going, you have to know where you've been. And this is why analytics are incredibly important. So do that. Now, thanks for coming to the talk, but we have plenty of time, not really, but if you have any questions, we can do a quick Q&A. I think we got a few minutes, right?
Check. I can give you 2 minutes. You don't mute me. I can give you 1 minute now.
1 minute. All right.
I'm just kidding. I'll give you 2.
Rapid fire. Any questions?
Questions, folks.
Okay, back there.
There's a question back there.
Thank you for the talk. It's a super important topic. I just want to ask you, which project, open source project of course, do you think is doing things right in terms of marketing that we could have a look to copy a bit what they're doing?
I think a lot of projects do one thing well and other things bad. So, there's different, like none of them do everything right, because otherwise then, they'd be enormous. But one thing that I will say is that there are different examples of, for example, Zorin OS. Their website is fantastic, and it's a great first impression and that sort of thing. Also, Linux Mint is another example of a very terrible website for 13 years that then finally became a good website. That's very important. Then there's also, SUSE did some parody videos. Those are great until they weren't. So there's many different ways of doing marketing, and then people have been very successful, but also sometimes not so much. It just depends. And the thing that I see the most around marketing and open source is that there isn't any in most projects. I mean, 90% of projects do none of it. And maybe if they do some of it, they do the things that they were expected to do, but they barely do it. And even just contacting, doing press releases for websites like Phoronix or something would be definitely beneficial to do. And other things like contacting podcasts like my show for news, I have people who send me emails or Telegram messages or whatever to let me know that something happened, and then sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. And that's another factor that you can do. You got a question?
Let's wait for the Elmo.
Oh,
Just have
okay.
I just have a quick question. Being a little bit messy, if you had any examples of open source projects that are doing it wrong that we should avoid, but I think you already gave us a couple.
I can barely hear that.
How about now?
That's better.
Okay. So I had a little bit of a messy question that you already answered about open source projects who are doing it wrong that we could take a look at to see what we should avoid. And I also had a second part of the question for open source projects that you would say are marketing improperly. I guess this might be a little bit too general, but what would be a first step that you would recommend for that OS project to get more on track? And about how quickly would you estimate that they would see a difference, if that makes any sense?
So, I mean, unfortunately, it wasn't loud enough to hear half of your question. But in terms of like things doing it wrong, there are many examples. But my favorite example was the SUSE one, because their Uptime Funk parody video, if you've not seen it, is awesome. It is hilarious. It is super well done. And if you look at the one they've done latest, whichever one it is, I don't know, it is the opposite of that. So there you go. What was the other half of the question?
Any suggestions for open source projects that are going in the wrong direction?
Right. I heard that better without the microphone. I don't know. Yes, there are many, many suggestions. I'd have to kind of like do an audit of what they're doing to kind of, make it a clear thing to do. But the first thing is, if you don't have social media, get it. And I mean like all social media. You don't have to go to TikTok if you don't want to. But if you do, let's dance together afterwards and we'll do a TikTok. Anyway, but there's many different techniques, and probably the biggest one is social media, because you can connect with people easier because people already have those accounts. And if you want to do other things, I would say fix your press releases. I've seen projects, like I said, not have anything that explains what the press release is. There's even sometimes releases on GitHub where it just says like the source file download and nothing. That's it. Like, put something and be as descriptive as possible. Because, okay, here's another, this is gonna be actually useful for sure. Have your description be as in-depth and clear as possible, assuming the person is not a developer who is reading it, and because that's me, and I will talk about it easier if I know what it is,
We're going to go with one last question from the Elmo.
Yeah. So that's not necessarily true, because you can make a terrible video, like those vertical things. You know what I'm saying? But the whole phrase about an image is more helpful than words, that is true, and a video is way more helpful than images. Absolutely true. But the thing about why this is important is because press releases are not for you to release your information. It's so that you can give it to press outlets, and that they can take it and then modify it and promote it more. And if you make that difficult, they're not going to do it, because they're already doing it for hundreds of other projects or software companies. And if you put any barrier to entry, they're not going to enter. And I'm not saying that I don't put any effort at all, but if I don't have to, it's very higher likelihood that I will include it. So, on my show at least. So that's it. Thanks again for coming to the talk. If anyone has any further questions, feel free to ask me afterwards. And those who are watching the live stream, you can go to forum.tuxdigital.com to contact me. if you spell it correctly, not like that. So that's all the time I have. Thanks for coming to the talk, and be sure to like and subscribe. What?
Okay, no more shameless plugs.
No,
Mute him.
That's a YouTube. That's not on purpose. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Okay, we're going to go through a couple of housekeeping items just before we go for lunch. Yes, we're in a lunch break. The next talk is going to start at 2 p.m. Lunch is at the lobby level restaurant. Follow the signs and make sure that you bring your badge, otherwise you're not going to be let in. Then, 2 p.m., like I mentioned, Simon Quigley is going to be hosting a GPG key signing party in Carlin 3. Make sure to check the Summit website for more details, locations, maps, blah, 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 blah. And then tomorrow we have Open Sorcery in the New World. This is also a new talk by Trevo Williams, and it's going to happen tomorrow at 12:30, Carlin 3. Once again, make sure you check the Summit website to get all of the updated information, time slots, and all the fun stuff. You can go for lunch now. I'll see you in a bit.